Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing audio. Can you reply on the Zoom, please? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Can you hear me? I can, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Oh, yes. Already.
Hello. Yes.
Everyone.
Can you mute yours, please? Laptop. Yeah. Can you count to 10, please? I just want to make sure we're hearing you at a decent. And can you use your speaking volume, presentation volume? Hello?
Is that for me?
Yeah, who are you talking to?
Testing Byron audio. 1, 2, 3. Sir, can you hear us?
Yes.
Good morning. I will go ahead and get us started. Thank you for being here. First of all, I will look to the hearing team to make sure that we have go ahead and start the live streaming. We are in a hybrid format today, so many folks will be joining us on Zoom. So I look to the team to please go ahead, start the recording, the live streaming, and allow everyone into the Zoom room. I also want to check in and make sure our court reporter is in the room and ready to go. Court reporter on. Great. With that, I will go ahead and get started with introductions. Good morning. It's May 19th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, the presiding hearing officer with the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the continuation of the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. Today is the second day of hearing on which we will hear policy statements from members of the public about the proposed new points of diversion for the water rights permits for the State Water Project. This is a continuation of our February 18th in-person hearing day. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. I am joined this morning by members of the State Water Board. We have Chairman Esquivel, Board Member McGuire, Board Member Morgan, Board Member Firestone, and we have Vice Chair Diadamo joining us on the Zoom platform. The hearing this morning is being conducted in a hybrid format. Those of us appearing in person are here in the Byron Shear Auditorium in the headquarters for the California Environmental Protection Agency in Sacramento. If you are joining us here in person in this large auditorium room, welcome. Please do be aware of the exits. If we were to have an emergency, we will all follow those exit signs to file out of the room and out of the building to the Cesar Chavez Plaza, which is across the street, where we may await further direction. Others of you are joining us by Zoom teleconference. Our procedures for accessing the Zoom teleconference platform for this proceeding have changed since March 24th to prevent any interruption of our hearing today. There are additional security measures in place. So everyone who registered to speak today on Zoom should have received an email from Zoom this morning around 8 a.m. with an individual link to access the Zoom webinar. The link is individual to you and your device and should not be shared. If you are intending to make a statement by Zoom today, please log into the Zoom platform using this link. If you can't find your invitation in your email, please check your junk mail first. And if you still can't find it or are having other difficulties logging in, please send the AHO an email at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov. The hearing team is monitoring that inbox and will attempt to assist you. Once you have that invitation and have located it, if you scroll down in the email and select the join link, that should put you into the Zoom room with us. When you join the Zoom webinar, you will be joining as an attendee, which means you will not be able to turn on your camera or unmute your microphone, but you will be able to see and hear the hearing room and other Zoom speakers. When it is your turn to speak, we will enable your microphone and your camera if you would like to appear on camera, and I will go over that process in more detail once we proceed to the Zoom portion of our hearing today. We are going to start today with our in-person speakers and then proceed to Zoom. If you did not register to speak but would like to make a statement by Zoom today, you do need to register. Please visit the AHO's webpage for this proceeding, where you will find information about how to register in the document addressing policy statements on May 19th. That document includes a link and QR code for accessing the registration form. We will accept additional registrations to speak today as long as they are submitted before our lunch break and as long as we have time today to hear from those additional speakers. But please do try to submit any additional registrations as soon as possible, and we will do our best to accommodate you. For those of you who are here in the room and attending in person, if you did not register to speak, I would invite you to do so if you have a smartphone and can access the electronic form. There are QR codes posted on the door in the back of the room. If you register electronically, then we will be able to add you to our list that I have in front of me. If you would prefer not to register, it's not required. When we get to the end of our list of registered, those who have registered as speakers, I will look to the room to see if there's anyone else who would like to make a statement today. This hearing is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Any member of the public may watch the YouTube live stream. For those of you speaking by Zoom, once you have made your statement today, please exit the Zoom platform and use the YouTube channel for viewing the hearing. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube channel. I believe we may have members of the public joining us today who may have not been with us previously at the start of the hearing on February 18th or subsequently. So I'm going to start with a very brief background about this proceeding to orient us. The purpose of this hearing is to receive information to be considered by the board in determining whether to approve the water right change petitions filed by the Department of Water Resources, and if so, what specific terms or conditions should be included in any approval. The petitions filed by the Department of Water Resources seek approval to allow 2 new points of diversion and rediversion for 4 of the water right permits held by the Department of Water Resources for the State Water Project for operation of the proposed Delta Conveyance Project. These new points of diversion would be located on the eastern bank of the lower Sacramento River between Freeport and Sutter Slough. Each diversion structure would have a capacity of 3,000 cubic feet per second. Water diverted at these intakes would be conveyed through a tunnel to facilities in the southern delta for export. My role here today and in the following months as this hearing progresses is to conduct the hearing in an efficient, orderly, and fair manner, and through that process, develop a complete record on which the board will rely to make a final decision. In terms of today and our agenda for today, we will start with in-person policy statements, as I mentioned, because we did receive almost 100 registrants to speak today, and I suspect we may receive a few more before lunch. I am limiting policy statements today to 3 minutes. We have a long day ahead of us, at least for those of us who will be listening today very attentively to all of you who have something to say. And I would ask all of you for your cooperation in proceeding as efficiently as possible so that we can hear from all of you on this very significant decision that is before the board. I also wanted to take this opportunity to reiterate that you also have the option to submit a written policy statement, a statement in writing. You may do that if you make an oral statement today. You may also submit a follow-up statement in writing. So you are welcome to submit those to the AHO, and we will include them in the administrative record for this proceeding. On Friday, the Administrative Hearings Office circulated a tentative order of speakers to those of you who registered to speak and who provided an email address. We will also post that list today in the Zoom webinar so that all of you can see it here in the hearing room and as well in the virtual hearing room. And we will cross off speakers off the list once you provided your statement so you can tell and track today where you are in the order, and will be prepared to come up to the microphone or the virtual microphone as it will and speak. Once we complete this list, as I mentioned, I'll look to the room to see if there's anyone else who would like to speak today. Before you begin your statement, I would invite you, you're not required, but I would invite you to state your name and any entity with which you may be affiliated. And then once you reach the 3-minute mark in the room, I think we're going to attempt to have a timer going up on the screen so that you can see and judge your time. But you should also hear an audible beep at 3 minutes, and I will at that point ask you to please wrap up your statement so that we can stay on schedule and hear from everyone today. With that, I would like to go ahead and get started with those speakers we have in the room. Are we set to go? I'm look to the hearing team. We're set to go. Our speakers in the room. All right, with that, I had a very slight reordering, I think, with the list that we circulated on Friday. I did want to invite Supervisor Pat Hume, if you are here today, to come up to the microphone. You're welcome to come up. I wanted to invite the elected officials up first. And if there's anyone else who's an elected official or a tribal leader today who would like to speak at the beginning, you are welcome to hop to the top of our list. Otherwise, I plan to go through the general order that I circulated. And with that, Supervisor Hume, welcome.
Whole new 3 minutes. My name is Pat Hume. I'm a Sacramento County Supervisor, and my district spans the area from Freeport down to the apex of the Antioch Bridge. And so I have all of those legacy communities, including Hood, where the proposed intakes would bookend either side of that little town. And I am here to say that you have received policy statements that claim that this project is in the public interest, and I refute that claim. I do not think it is in the public interest at all. I think it is in the interest of certain water contractors. And notice I said water contractors, not water users, because the ratepayers will be asked to fund this project that they can ill afford. And when that money runs out, then it will fall on the backs of the rest of us Californians, some of whom not only do not benefit from this proposed project, but are actually harmed by it. In addition to those water contractors, it will go to benefit the corporate agribusiness users in the Central Valley so that they can continue to grow their pistachios and pomegranates. And in so doing, it will take productive farmland, some of which is generational active farms, out of production and decimate those by removing fresh water supply at their front door. And so we are not, first of all, I should back up. I'm here representing the Delta Counties Coalition, which is myself and 4 other county supervisors that are the 5 counties that touch the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. And we are not here just to say no. We actually want to offer solutions. And so we believe that the only thing this project does, which it does not create or capture or store one additional drop of new water. It simply does what nature already does, and that's move water from the north to a point in the south. And so we believe rather than spending the initial price tag of $20 billion, which is certain to go up, on a project that simply moves water, why not spend a fraction of that cost on the Delta in shoring up the levees to secure what we call the through Delta conveyance or the freshwater pathway that will get that same amount of water and potentially even more from a point in the north to a point in the south. And so we are not arguing water rights. We believe the current diversion point is the appropriate one. Capture that fresh water before it flows out into the bay and becomes salinated forever, but allow it to flow through the Delta first so that it doesn't further damage our fisheries, our flyways, and our farmers. We think this project is too costly. It'll take too long. And most importantly, it runs the risk of doing just like what we did to the Colorado River and decimating an entire ecosystem irreparably forever. It's the wrong project. It does not need to be fast-tracked, and you should not allow for a change in point of diversion. So I thank you very much for your time today, and good luck on the rest of your hearing.
Supervisor Hume, here's my microphone. Thank you. With that, I will look to the room. Are there other elected officials who we may not have identified or other tribal leaders who may wish to speak first? You're welcome to come up to the microphone. Otherwise, I will turn to our list, and Miguel Luna, you're invited to come up. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie, board members. My name is Miguel Luna, and I am a director both at the Metropolitan Water District and at the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority. I'm here to lend my individual voice to this hearing today in support of the consideration of the 2 points of diversion petition. In February, you heard testimony at the hearing from MWD's Senior Deputy Counsel regarding the DCP being an essential climate adaptation strategy at MWD. Most recently, we approved $142 million almost for the continued study and planning for the DCP. I've been engaged in water professionally probably half of my life, but certainly have appreciated and known its value for almost all of my life. I grew up in a city in Colombia, where I'm from, where we had water maybe 2-3 times out of the week that was delivered from the municipality. The rest of the days we had to live off of the above ground cistern that collected water during those days when water was there. This was a result of bad investments and bad planning for the long haul and for the long term. So issues of scarcity are very real to me, and that's where I come from. That's where my opinions are informed. And for me, it's crucial that we invest in infrastructure that is reliable, resilient, and delivers the water at the most affordable cost. I did not support the 2-tunnel Delta fix, but the project has evolved. The project has changed, so has my understanding of it, and so has my support for it. It's been re-envisioned, realigned, redesigned. It now includes a process for community benefits, so we make sure we reach those that will be burdened by this project. You heard from Supervisor Hume, and I have a huge level of respect for him, so I'm always glad to be able to be in dialogue with him. I differ. I think when I read that, when I read the definition of California public interest, it refers to actions, policies, or outcomes that promote the general well-being, health, safety, and prosperity of the people. And I think the Delta Conveyance project enhances the resiliency of the State Water Project, which serves almost 30 million. And I think out of the 1 million acres of farmland that it supports, it also includes other crops that are very important to our economy and our community. And it's a modernized conveyance system that would stabilize water deliveries and increasing the volatility, amid increasing volatility, from drought, climate change, and seismic. So I'll close with reliable water is a core component of California's public interest. It supports our health, economic activity, and environmental needs, and I ask you to support the CPAR petition. I don't know why I'm sweating so much.
It's warm in here. It is
Okay.
objectively warm in here.
So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Luna. With that, I will ask, that was the timer. So well done. Thank you. It's a little bit of a rude timer. I apologize for that. Next, and I'll just read out the names that we have coming forward. I don't think we have them up showing in the room. So I have Graham Bradner. You're welcome to come to the microphone next. And then we will have Tim Strashane and Virgil Chaddock. Thank you and welcome. And you are much taller. Yes.
Little. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me. So I'm Graham Bradner, Executive Director of the Delta Conveyance Design and Construction Authority. The Delta Conveyance project will play a vital role in protecting the state's water supply reliability, supporting 27 million Californians, along with farms, businesses, and communities that rely on the state water project every day. Moving forward is essential to adapting to a changing climate, guarding against seismic risks, and ensuring long-term water supply reliability across the entire state. As Executive Director of the DCA, my role is very much focused on the design, engineering, and ultimately construction, should it move forward. As such, my comments today will focus largely on the technical aspects of the project. First of all, it is a new project. It's very different from past concepts. It's been redesigned with the goal of minimizing adverse effects to the built and natural environment. Starting in 2019, our team performed a suite of new siting studies focused on all the major project facilities used to develop the initial configurations. From 2019 to 2021, we established and participated in the Stakeholder Engagement Committee, where meetings held by the DCA engineers provided information about the conceptual designs to representatives throughout the Delta. The committee provided valuable local insights and input to inform our planning and engineering that allowed us to continue to refine those concepts. Through that process, we were able to decrease the project footprint, eliminate large components of the project, and reduce the overall construction impacts. The approved project is the least environmentally impactful option considered, particularly as it relates to avoiding Delta waterways, minimizing disturbance to land uses and wildlife, and reducing construction and operational noise. All of this means less construction materials, fewer trucks, and decreased emissions. Constructability and innovation has been a significant focus as they create opportunities for us to manage costs, decrease construction time, and reduce the resources necessary to design and construct the project. The Delta Conveyance project is complete and includes all the necessary elements, large or small, but we also know there are tremendous opportunities to continue refining the project to reduce those construction-related effects. Our continued focus on appropriate refinements and innovations will ensure the project is delivered efficiently and responsibly through all phases. The need is urgent. The project won't solve all of California's water needs for the future. I'm sure others will talk about that today, but it is an essential piece. Each year that goes by without this much needed modification to the state water project is another round of missed opportunities to capture high flows when available to be put into storage for future drought years, and an additional $600 million that it will cost to eventually build this very large scale project. This is not a quick fix, but a sorely needed investment in backbone infrastructure. The DCA is ready to deliver this very important project. Our team is prepared to implement the project responsibly, transparently, and in close coordination with all of our partners, including the stakeholders throughout the Delta, participating public water agencies, and the Department of Water Resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradner. With that, I would invite Tim Strauss to come up to the microphone. Do we have Tim? All right, thank you very much. Thank you for letting me know. Virgil Chaddock. And so I will read the next list of names. After Mr. Chaddock, we will have Carol DeSa Campos and Roger Mammon. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, thank you for having me here today. In regard to a $20 billion tunnel, and what bad things that, from my observations, being on the water a lot, is there's not enough water in the Delta to take care of what's already here, and it's in trouble. My wife and I moved here to the Delta from Southern California in 1990. Reason being, we like the openness, not everything being built up, which it is now, and just love the ecosystem and the rivers, arteries, and sloughs connected to various watersheds from the clean flows above Shasta into the areas of Modesto that connected the lower Sierras that also connected to the San Joaquin, which both met and flowed and merged into various bays, then to the Pacific Ocean, affecting all along its way a final journey to feed and nourish in its path. Not south of Los Angeles, where it wasn't really a natural path and there's just unlimited growth. I was just there yesterday, so it's just like booming. Many people from the nearby reaches use these resources, such as sport fishing charters, catching bait for bait shops, as well as the importance to the local economies nearby for motels, gas stations, eateries, and such that support these things. There's also hunting and done in the Delta area for waterfowl, which it's a migratory path. There's a lot of tackle stores that depend on this kind of thing too, that will be affected, especially with the way the salmon fishing has been going. The mornings we used to sit quietly and watch egrets and whatnot, and just watch a beaver swim by, slap its tail, and just enjoy the things that the Delta had to offer when we moved here. These are becoming lesser and with poorer water quality from drought, large population bases, overusing resources, and they're just not, they're diverting water away is not a fix for an option for the health and the quality of life for nature, food growth, and the residents surrounding the Delta. The history of our fisheries like Chinook salmon that had a low return again, 99,000, which is nothing. If you look at Brentwood and Oakley where I live, it's not even a fish per household per year for those two cities alone, not the state, not the fishing, nothing that way. So that's also made. I've seen it on my local creek at Marsh Creek. Okay, there's going to be ramifications for commercial fishermen, sport fishermen, business owners, and restaurants for that want the quality products, say, for instance, of a wild caught salmon, or even at least a hatchery caught, released in the ocean 4 years, feeding on what it's supposed to feed on. So to me, future generations, okay? Thank you.
You're welcome to wrap up if you would like to complete your thought, please.
Yeah, so anyways, I just would like to say no to nonsense of the tunnel to take care of what has been ruined by overuse of resources that are not there for use. I mean, we had 20 million people in 1970, roughly. We have 40 now. Our rain comes and goes, but it's just not going to fix the growth we're doing, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Chaddock. Ms. Carol DeSa Campos, and please take your time. Please, no, please, we have this. I believe so. Please go ahead.
To hear me? Oh, thank you very much. Can I start again? Yes?
Yes, you're welcome to.
Can you hear me now? Good morning. My name is Carol DeSa Campos. I grew up on a small farm in California among the sights and sounds of nature, where I was privileged to raise my children. My paternal grandfather and father grew melons, which they sold in the Stockton Farmers Market. We enjoyed an abundance of fruits and vegetables and a diverse community within a day's drive to all of Northern California's natural wonders. Water was everywhere in some form or another, from snow to fog to frost. I have witnessed our water table decline, land subside, wildlife all but disappear, and California forests burn. Our water is an already dwindling resource. The Delta and estuary are in danger of being drained. The Delta Conveyance project is a tunnel, a drain that will affect the natural flow of water, devastating our freshwater habitats, species, and cultures. As a child, I heard farmers talk of grafting almond trees to peach woods because the water table was so high. Tulies lined country roads and frogs croaked at irrigation culverts. Our well had clear, potable water. My parents planted almonds when I was in high school. Smudge pots were lit and extinguished before school. While I was in college, my mother worked at Bank of America to obtain a loan for a new well. When I moved back to the area, people were using sprinklers to irrigate. Although my parents' well was not yielding the same quality of water, my children were still able to experience the amazing diversity of Northern California. California is suffering the consequences of insatiable success. Southern California has grown exponentially, creating a demand for more water from the north. Our state's history has been to drain water from the north instead of creating regional solutions. Supplying more water south of the Delta will only further exacerbate the current water crisis. California is a state in need of repair and restoration. If California's surface water is drained, there will be no guarantee of sufficient water to replenish our aquifers, to sustain our forests, wetlands, and other ecosystems. Failing to realize that there is already insufficient water will result in foreseeable but unintended consequences. Before we destroy the ecosystems that produce the water, let us reconsider. In order to preserve this planet and live, one more sentence. In order to preserve this planet and live sustainably with it, we need to find better solutions. The Delta Conveyance project is part of the problem. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your comments, Ms. DeSa Campos. I have next on my list Mr. Mammon, who I'd like to hear from, and then I see in the room here we have Ms. Carla Nemeth, and I would like to invite you to the microphone next if you're willing. We have you. You're now on our list, so. And then after Ms. Nemeth, I have Michael Frost, Penelope Frost, and Daphne Frost. Thank you, Go ahead, Mr. Mammon.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Roger Mammon. I live in Oakley, California, which is on the shores of the San Joaquin River. I grew up in the Bay Area and have lived in Oakley for 43 years. Being a Delta resident and a fisherman, I tried to learn as much as I could about our waterway, fisheries, wildlife, and agriculture, and the economy that I could. I learned that our delta is unique in that it is an inverted delta. My research found only one other inverted delta in the world, and that's on the Tagus River in Portugal, and it is silting up and soon to disappear. And I fear that this could happen to our delta. The delta is silting up, and I'm sure that it is because of insufficient flows. We have over 415,000 acres of USDA prime ag land in the delta, and is that going to be at risk? It is a strong economic driver in the delta, as well as a tourism attraction. Our SFA Delta estuary once supported a robust commercial and recreational fisheries prior to the advent of the Central Valley Project in the 1940s and the State Water Project in the 60s. The system supported 21 fish canneries and produced metric tons of fish. In fact, there were still 9 salmon canneries in Sassoon Bay, and the last one closed in 1957. At that time, I was 13 years old. Over the past 40 years, I've watched the delta decline in so many ways, and it saddens me. The decline has been scientifically proven to be the lack of unimpaired flows through the delta. I ask myself, why and what protections, if any, does our precious waterway have? I found Water Code 12201, which requires an adequate supply of water in the delta. There's 13,050 beneficial uses and water quality. There's the Central Valley Project of 1992, which required doubling the fisheries in the delta. Over the past 20 years, fisheries in the delta have declined 90%, rather than being doubled. There is the Delta Reform Act of 2009, which ensured co-equal goals for the delta water. And there's the Water Code 1063, the human right to water. And with these old codes in place, the question is, why? Why is our delta suffering? The Delta Conveyance Project is requesting permits for the tunnel project. DWR has failed. May I finish?
Please finish your
DWR has
sentence.
failed to provide pertinent information to the AHO about data which is critical to determine whether the proposed Delta tunnel would initiate a new water right and its potential impacts on existing users and ecosystem. The permits requested by DCP should be declined until all the aforementioned statutes are complied with and initiated to protect our delta. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Mammon. Ms. Nemeth, you're welcome to step to the microphone.
There we go. Are we on here? Yes, great. Well, good morning, and my name is Carla Nemeth. I am the director of the California Department of Water Resources and senior advisor to Governor Newsom on California water. Thank you for graciously including me at the front end, and I do apologize for any frustration that may have caused. I think there was a little snafu in our communication with you, Ms. Kenzie, the hearing officer. But that aside, thank you for having me this morning. I do want to just start by saying, Governor Newsom is the third of 3 governors who have pursued a conveyance infrastructure in the Delta, and they do so because 2 of 3 Californians rely on it for a fundamental element of their water supply. And we know that the State Water Project and the way that we move water through the Delta is subject to not only the potential for sudden catastrophic failure, but we are appreciating, I think, more and more as we deal with weather whiplash, the challenges of our existing infrastructure and its ability to move water when we have these really wet conditions. And I think lo and behold, over the course of the last couple of years, we're having, God bless you, we're having more and more significant experience with this. And I, for one, as a DWR director, definitely, as we've had 3 pretty solid water years, I think we like to understand our water data in California, how it works historically, but it's been a while since we've seen 3 good solid water years in a row. So like any good water manager, I'm immediately thinking drought is happening around the corner. So the water that we move during these wet periods becomes increasingly important over time. Lots of this is a great balance. We do have almost 8 million Californians that are low-income, disadvantaged Californians that are served by the State Water Project. And fundamentally, this project is about securing this supply, arresting its decline. It will decline on the natural. There's no mistake. Climate has that effect on all of California. And so we fully anticipate that the water supplies that we move through a State Water Project and move through a Delta Conveyance facility are recycled, they're conserved, and that's what makes California more resilient into the future. We need all of these investments. This particular investment does not displace others. And there's a lot of important conversations that we're going to be having in California about affordability and affordability for everyone. That said, the Delta itself is extremely vulnerable to climate change writ large. There's a lot of work that the department does and is doing to work in the Delta to make sure that those communities can also transition to our new hydrology. And we're going to need that partnership moving forward. Lastly, I'll say to finish up my thought, I do want to acknowledge that the governor presented legislation to streamline our ability to move through this project. I want to clarify that the department is fully complying with the hearing officer's orders. We will be providing that additional data to generate transparency in this process. And thank you so much for hearing me today, but also adjusting your schedule to allow me to speak early. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Nemeth. That I would like to invite Michael Frost to the microphone.
Good morning.
Morning.
I want to start very high level and get something out that is pretty clear, I think non-controversial, and that is humanity does not exist separately and distinctly from the environment. We are the environment. And I also want to report a crime, an attempted crime. There's an attempted Ponzi scheme, a confidence game that's being played on the people of California and the environment of California, which are the same thing. These Delta tunnels were cooked up in 1890 with an idea of delivering Humboldt and Mendocino's water to Westlands. In 1967, the Wild Rivers Act was passed, and the Klamath, Smith, rest of the Trinity, Mad Van Dusen, and the rest of the Eel were declared wild and scenic, unable to be dammed. That was 6 million acre feet that were promised to Westlands that are no longer deliverable. If all those 6 million acre feet were pumped over the Siskiyous into Whiskeytown, into the Sacramento River, we very well may need a Delta tunnel. But at this point in time, with Humboldt and Mendocino's water undeliverable to Westlands, the proposed tunnel is an unneeded infrastructure. It's a complete waste. It's a Ponzi scheme that's proposed to the people of California at the expense of biodiversity, climate stability. Tunnels don't mitigate climate change. That is complete nonsense. And also costs, whether that be taxes, bond repayment, interest on bonds, and water rates. Those are set to absolutely skyrocket on John Q. Public. That is a problem. Last thing I want to do is talk about a case study. The Australian Millennium Drought. There's a 20-year drought in Australia. And early in the drought, they were getting 10 to 20% of their forecasted rainfall. The powers that be, 4 or 5 years in, okay, we're going to do an interbasin pipeline to pump water across the continent, and we're going to do a desal plant. And next year, we're going to get 15 to 20 inches of rain. 5 more years of getting, 5, 6, 7 inches of rain. In the middle of it, 10 years in, They said, okay, forget the industrial projects. We're going to go with the low-cost leader, regional self-sufficiency projects, peak demand pricing, subsidized rainwater capture, making the most of what could be done with the existing supply. And also the most important thing they did midway through was forecast for a drought every year. We're a little bit different. We need to forecast for a drought and a flood every single year. This state has been shaped by fire and flood for millennia. And over the last 100 years, we've completely bastardized the environment. And the Delta tunnels come at way too high of a cost. The monetary cost is too high, the environmental cost is too high, and the opportunity cost is too high. Every step we take, every dollar we spend toward these Delta tunnels is a step in the wrong direction. Please shift gears. Read the Millennium Drought case study. Do what they did. Australia is not known as an environmental mecca. They don't, incredibly terrible environmental policies, but their backs were against the wall. They were 15 minutes away from running out of water. And the calamities we're facing, toxic algae blooms, silted up delta, we cannot understand the costs that are facing us. It's very simple to go with the low-cost leader, regional self-sufficiency projects. That's the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frost. Penelope Frost, you're welcome to step up to the microphone, please. And we'll be followed by Daphne Frost, Mark Goebel, and Danny Wilson.
Biodiversity is the real wealth of this plan. Freshwater flows are required to maintain conditions for healthy wildlife and ecosystems. This proposed Delta tunnel is not sensible, and my life and future depend on freshwater flows and biodiversity. Aside from myself, these tunnels will also have a detrimental impact on the public health of communities, the irrigation of crops, and food webs within our ecosystems. So with that, please change direction and reject the Delta tunnel for the sake of the Bay and future generations to come.
Thank you, Ms. Frost. Daphne Frost, you're welcome to step up to the microphone.
I love bird watching, fishing, and exploring the Delta. My happiest memories took place surrounded in a healthy environment full of biodiversity. I do not support a tunnel that steals water from the estuary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Frost. Mark Goebel, you're welcome to step up to the microphone. Have Mark Goebel. Danny Wilson. Please. And following Mr. Wilson, we will have Clarence Coy, Lynn Yanko, and JoAnn Smith. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Danny Wilson. I'm here today because my father, Mark Wilson, was not able to give his policy statement in March due to the canceled hearing. Unfortunately, he passed away suddenly at the end of March. I'm here to speak in honor of my dad, for the well-being of my family, the well-being of our community, and the well-being of the Delta at large. I have worked all over the country and chose to come back to Clarksburg to settle down and raise my family. Just like my dad, I want to protect our land and our way of life just as much as he did. My father was a third-generation farmer and lived in Clarksburg. He was the chairman of Wilson Vineyards, which has about 1,650 acres of owned and leased land throughout the Clarksburg area. The Clarksburg appellation is home to an abundant variety of grapes, roughly 13,000 acres to be precise. If you enjoy wine, you have most likely enjoyed the literal fruits of our labors, as many of my family and other local families not only make wine, but also supply many other wineries with grapes as well, such as Napa and Sonoma. Wilson Vineyards also operates an event center that provides a venue for weddings and other private parties. Each year, we host between 30 and 40 events. We also host numerous other informal tours for industry groups, media, wine tastings, and similar opportunities for the public so they may experience our facility, vineyards, and enjoy the rural Delta settings. Wine grapes require high-quality water from the Sacramento River, which this project will degrade. In addition to our family's wine operation, my dad had a passion for cattle ranching and loved his grandfather's cattle ranch and slough house in East Sacramento County. His work with the Cattlemen's Association brought him into contact with ranchers underneath the footprint of the Twin Cities complex at I-5 and Twin Cities Road, for instance. My dad worked to save the Delta from one form or another of this tunnel ever since he came back to my family's farming operation in 2000 after a career as a large animal pharmaceutical representative. My dad remembered the peripheral canal proposal from 1983 and felt later versions were not any better from a local perspective. My dad, as well as myself and our Delta community, are adamant that the cities and farms that take water from our Delta are no more important than the farms in the communities in the Delta. It is not right that the state water project contractors seem to be more concerned about the quality of the water they extract than the water quality that they leave behind. I can't believe that DWR was refusing to submit basic water use information requested in this hearing, as this is something that private farmers could never get away with. I worry about how our narrow roads and bridges would become unworkable if this project was constructed. I know DWR says it will not allow traffic to come through the Delta, but it is very important that it is very improbable that DWR could control how workers arrive at construction sites throughout the Delta area for this project. Delays from congestion, road conditions, and repairs or construction would make it more difficult and costly for Clarksburg and other farming communities to operate. The reputation the Clarksburg appellation has earned would certainly be harmed if the North Delta is turned into a heavy industrial area for over 10 years with heavy traffic, operational constraints, safety issues, and air pollution. The result would not only mean a loss of future investments, but likely the loss of existing contracts and customers for our wine grapes, wine tourism, and event facilities. As I stated, I have worked all over the country. I am a very proud union member of Local 342. I'm a welder, and I have worked all over California repairing PG&E's natural gas pipelines. I've worked in the oil fields of Alaska to the pipelines all over the country, installing them. I've worked in nuclear power plants, natural gas power plants, hydrogen power plants, and oil refineries. You name it, I've probably done it. Now, I mostly do project management and have a pretty good idea how projects like this proposed tunnel go. 10 years would be on the short end of things. Like so many other Delta residents, my concerns with the Delta tunnels go way beyond traffic. It will be very hard to maintain the existing cultural, economic vitality of the Delta during more than a decade of construction and all the impacts on local environment, economy, and
Mr. Wilson, if you would please wrap up. Thank you.
Just a little bit more.
Sure.
Presenting for myself and my deceased father. Thank you. The quiet and rural character of this region that attracted me and my wife back to the area also attract visitors to Clarksburg and the surrounding areas that are at risk. I want better for my 3 children. These are the real and well-founded concerns of the thousands of Delta residents and businesses. I respectfully, on my own behalf, and for my dad, who intended to be here today to give these considerations the significant weight they deserve in deliberating on the water rights DWR seeks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson, and thank you for being here on behalf of yourself and your father. Clarence Coy, if you would please step to the microphone. Lynn Yanko. Next on my list, I have JoAnn Smith. And you're welcome to speak here, or if you prefer to speak at this podium, whichever works for you.
Thank you. It was
Morning.
a challenge getting here. Good morning to all of you. I'm a native Californian, and my name is JoAnn Smith. I was raised in Galt, here in Sacramento County. And having lived in California all my life, I've seen rivers with cement walls and dried up riverbeds where there once was rivers. It seemed the water policy in California was divert and destroy. For the past 52 years, I've resided 1.5 miles from the Sacramento River here in the Southland Park area. And it was really difficult trying to decide what could I say in 5 minutes that is going to make a difference about the tunnel. So I realized what I should say is the obvious. It's wrong. It is just plain wrong. It's wrong to destroy one part of California to benefit another area of California. The whole premise is wrong. And you can be sure our Northern California area will be destroyed. Oh boy, I wish I had a tissue. There has to be fresh Sacramento River water flowing to the San Francisco Delta to prevent the salt water from coming back up into the Delta. The area would become a salty swamp. But none of these horrible things have to happen. There are other ways to share, save, and use California water without the tunnels. And I wondered, why aren't these less destructive, less costly ways to save the water being used? Why does the state keep working on the tunnel when clearly it is not wanted by the citizens? I think it's because there is no plan for water for all California regions, and it's greed and power preventing a water plan. Self-serving politicians need funds. Agribusinesses have the funds, and backroom secret deals are made without regard to the damage. The plan is to divert the Sacramento River water and destroy our region. Divert and destroy. Now is the time to do what is right for the Delta region and California. Please stop wasting time and money on a huge destructive tunnel. There are better ways. Greed and power cannot win. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. Anthony Robinson Jr., you're welcome to step up to the microphone, and then followed by Duane Martin and Stephen Heringer III. I have Anthony Robinson in the room. Duane Martin, you're welcome to step up.
Thank you for this time. I'm Duane Martin. I operate the Nevin Ranch, where the main launch site's going to be on the north of Twin Cities and west of Franklin. I also live kitty corner to it. I run a lot of cattle there. I'm concerned about what is zoned agriculture become an industrial park. We all know that it's crucial habitat out there, not only for geese and ducks, but sandhill cranes, Swenson hawks. I run 500 cows and calves on this one ranch, the Nevin Ranch. That's going to be gone forever. Man, I don't know why I get so nervous in something like this, but I don't understand this project. It makes no sense to steal water from one segment of the population to give it to another. We are obligated in this state to do what is right for all the people of California. And in some cases you can't, but in this case you can. Instead of stealing water, let's take the $20 billion or the $40 billion or the $60 billion, whatever this project's going to cost, and let's create more water. God perfectly designed this state to never be short of water. There's canyons, mountains, snowpack, rainfall that if we captured it in the winter, we could flow lots of water through the Delta system and have plenty of it to go to Southern California, to the farmers. We could have more boating, recreation, fishing reservoirs, habitat, hydroelectric, which everybody wants more electricity for all the electric vehicles, but yet they want solar panels and windmills. What's wrong with hydroelectric? A dam will solve a lot of problems, water storage, reservoirs. That's what we need. We don't need a tunnel. We don't need to steal water. We need to make more water. We've allowed homes to be built in this state. We have a population that went from 19 million to 39 million people, and we haven't hardly built a reservoir since. You guys are obligated to do what's best for all Californians, not just some of them. DWR still hasn't come to me to ask me how this is going to impact me, my operation, my ability to live in the Delta and enjoy the Delta. Is there a time period when they're going to finally come do this, or are they just going to ignore the locals? And I understand a project that it's good for all of California will have to be done, and it's going to impact the community somewhere. But I can promise you, if I owned property where there was a big, deep canyon and they needed to build a reservoir for the better of the people of California, I'd be the first one to promote it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Stephen Heringer III. Take your time getting to the microphone. Will be followed by Anna Swenson and Emily Strauss.
Chair and board members, I appreciate the time you have allocated to hear our concerns. I am Stephen Heringer, fifth of 6 family generations to farm Clarksburg and Delta soils. We have farmed sustainably for over 150 years and grown literally dozens of different crops across the decades as the generations elected and economic conditions dictated. We have always been very judicious in our use of the land and resources with a clear vision to always leave the great California Delta in better condition for future generations. Our family is focused on vineyards now, and we have been certified and audited sustainable for a decade and are moving toward organic certification. We converted to drip irrigation 25 years ago, long before it was mandated by drought conditions or paid for by NRCS grants as a conservation measure. We have been outspoken in our opposition to California Water Fix, as it is quite clear that the degradation of the Delta environment and ecosystem has been exacerbated by the export of millions of acre-feet of water annually over the past 60 years. 100 years ago, MWD proved in their total desecration of the Owens Valley that they will stop at nothing to gain the water they need for residential and commercial development in their regions. For those of us in the North State to presume that future tunnel operations will abide by environmental considerations in their taking of Sacramento River flows would be naive and short-sighted. We are already experiencing water quality degradation from harmful algae blooms at current take levels. The obliteration of agricultural, rural, and small-town life in the tunnel region during the 2 decades of installation would bear many of these properties and homes uninhabitable. The Delta has much to lose in this proposition. It will invite saltwater intrusion into the Delta and will permanently harm Delta communities whose economic base is built on serving agriculture. Salt water will render our agricultural base bankrupt and leave tens of thousands of acres of prime California farm ground poisoned. All of our irrigation and drainage infrastructure that has been installed over the past 100+ years is based on certain river flow elevation levels, which will be negated by the export of water upriver, thereby putting our pumps and siphons out of commission. To destroy the Delta's estuary and our agricultural industry for the benefit of the Southern and Central Valley Desert is not a political decision that our state should be making. If this ill-conceived project were to be commenced, it is not beyond expectation that the published cost of $20 billion will increase 3 or 4 times that figure during construction by the state of California. Several other plans, which are much less costly and much less destructive for the Delta, have been totally ignored by the rush of metropolitan and Central Valley contractors to push a tunnel plan over which they expect autonomous control and unlimited water exports. We will stay diligent and resolute in our efforts to protect the Delta's unique estuary for the sustainable benefit of all Californians and to help assure that the next and all future generations of Delta farm families can stay productive on the land. Thank you for your consideration and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Heringer. Anna Swenson, you're welcome to come up to the microphone.
Good morning. Can you hear me? My name is Anna Swenson. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I am so honored to go after such amazing representation here in the Delta. So thank you, Steve and Duane and Danny. So my name is Anna Swenson. I am the leader of North Delta Cares. I'm an outreach coordinator here in the Delta. I've lived in the Delta now going on 12 years. I was on the Stakeholder Engagement Committee for the Delta Conveyance Authority for the solid 3 years during COVID and previous to COVID. And what I learned during that process is that a lot of the things that are really, really important about this project are either being left up to mitigation or they're not willing to give us the answers. I can't tell you how many times we asked about operations, and it was always, you know, the elephant in the room that we were not going to discuss. And that is one of the most important things about this project and one of the most destructive aspects besides the construction. This project is based upon plans that are as old as me. And I just find myself thinking, boy, there has to be something brighter and better and more strategically important and strategically universally fair to the state of California and to all the people, not just some almond and pistachio growers in the Delta. The Delta is a treasure, and it is on the verge of total loss if this project goes through. The communities, the people, the farmers will not survive this construction project. The Delta communities are unique, and they need to be protected and not forsaken. Here's a small list of things that the Delta Tunnel Project will destroy. Amazing prime farmland, multi-generational farmers and families, the largest estuary in the West. It's the home of the pear fair. We just celebrated 50 years. Amazing pear trees and vineyards and other types of row crops that feed the people of California. There's amazing small communities that are full of children and families and churches and communities. And it is a very, very unique way of life. We also have recreation and boating and wildlife and fishing. We are home of the largest recycled water project for agriculture in California history. We are also a national heritage area that the Delta Project seems to completely ignore. All of that work that's being done, and to have a national heritage area then turned into a water infrastructure complex instead of what it is, which is a heritage area. There's Staten Island, there's thousands of cranes, and I could go on and on and on. This project creates no new water. It solves none of the wicked problems that the Delta is experiencing, except for, again, a few of those almond and pistachio growers in the desert. It does not address the serious water infrastructure issues that we have. The aqueduct is losing 30% of every single drop that goes down that aqueduct. And this project does not address any of the infrastructure issues that we have, the maintenance issues, Oroville, all of those things. It's just building another giant complex that we clearly do not have a plan for long-term maintenance. Harvey Bank Pumping Plant needs a complete retrofit. This project does not address that. I ask that you please protect our community. Please protect our homes. This project will make us all go away. And what will happen is you'll have an industrial water complex, but all of the unique and the beautiful parts of the Delta will be lost forever. So please, let's not make our Delta farmers on the endangered species list. Let's protect them the way we do all of the other creatures in our Delta. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson. I'd like to invite Emily Strauss to the microphone, and that will be followed by James Dunlap.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, State Board staff, for giving me position 21 so I could take the train this morning through the beautiful Delta rather than drive from the East Bay. I urge the board to deny issuance of water rights to the Delta Conveyance Project. Please prevent smelt down, the term the Center for Biological Diversity has been coined or used for what might happen should the conveyance go through. That is, prevent or deny granting water rights to the Delta Conveyance on the order of 6,000 cubic feet per second of water, or 1/3 of the Sacramento flow at the point of diversion. What are you thinking, Governor Newsom? In fact, as you know, the Sacramento River is over-allocated, and any additional diversion would be too much. The conveyance, as others have noted, would switch the Delta ecosystem from brackish to tidal, causing extinction or mass population reduction of Delta smelt, longfin smelt, Chinook salmon, and likely causing significant changes to the patches of riparian habitat, cattail and bulrush marsh, and rice-growing wetlands, thus altering my primary beneficial use of the Delta, birdwatching. My beneficial use began at about age 7 at Grizzly Island. My parents took me on an Audubon trip, and even then I was too short to look through the leader's telescope. So my parents picked me up, legs dangling, to look through the scope at beautiful snow geese at Grizzly Island. Since then, my Delta Lower Sacramento River beneficial use has included birding at Frank's Tract, Brannan Island, Collinsville, Benicia State Recreation Area, Bethel Island, Woodbridge Road Ecological Reserve, and Sherman Island. Thank you, State Water Resources Control Board, for your past and recent undertakings on the Mona Lake issue. I ask you in this case to again put on your visionary hats, recognize the importance of the Delta ecosystem, prevent smeltdown, and deny issuance of water rights to the Delta Conveyance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. James Dunlap, you're welcome to up to the microphone, and then followed by Kyle Griffith.
Hello. Good morning. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is James Dunlap. I'm a former chairman of the Yurok tribe in Northern California. You might wonder why I have concerns about the Delta Conveyance Project. You already take the Water Resources Board, State Water Project, already takes approximately half of the Trinity River and diverting it through the 12-mile tunnels and the Whiskey Town and dumping it into the Sacramento. The irreparable harm that has been done to the Trinity River already is again going to be reinstituted and laid out again if these permits are authorized. I bring up the conversation of permit. There were over 500 treaties with Native American tribes that the U.S. government defaulted on and flat out just tore up and used for toilet paper. The same thing with the state of California. There were over 18 treaties with Native American tribes that were defaulted on and thrown away as garbage. And again, there's no repercussions. So when I hear the word permit, I just hear another word for a government way to steal from someone else. Because we know that the population base in LA is going to vote, yeah, we want more water, build the tunnels. Trouble is, LA's not getting the water. Westlands is getting the water. The Central Valley's getting the water. 15% of the water that you're going to take from Northern California is going to stop before it ever, only 15% is going to go to the actual citizens of the California. You know, and I ask you to consider that when making the decision. I don't know if you guys personally make the decisions, or if you're just writing a report for the board, or if you're the board itself. I don't know. I just know that the irreparable harm, the shifting baseline syndrome for all of these fish that are dying out. You know, my grandfather's time, there were millions of fish. My parents' times, there were hundreds of thousands of fish. Now in my time, there's tens of thousands. And that's it. I mean, my children will see hundreds. The numbers continue to diminish because nobody says, well, it's not my job, you know? And though your job is to file a report with somebody else on an event that will not directly affect you or indirectly affect you, you know, I ask you to really consider the long-term impact. You know, the governor's director, I wish that they would begin to start desalination plants. Okay, if you want fresh water, make the water instead of stealing it from someone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunlap. Kyle Griffith, you're welcome to step up to the microphone. Then after Mr. Griffith, I'll look to the room. I think I'll recall the names who were not present, and then I will also see if there's anyone else who would like to speak. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kyle Griffith. I'm speaking here today on behalf of Californians for Water Security. We are a broad coalition of labor, business, infrastructure, social justice, and nonprofit organizations advocating in support of the Delta Conveyance Project. The Delta Conveyance Project is a critical component of California's plans to fortify the state water project in preparation for the impacts of extreme weather and climate change. The State Water Project delivers water to more than 27 million Californians and 750,000 acres of farmland, and it is the engine that powers California's economic successes. However, this system is vulnerable to extreme weather and unpredictable precipitation patterns, and as a result, our state's main water supply is at serious risk. According to the Department of Water Resources State Water Project Delivery Capability Report, this system is expected to lose up to 23% of its supply in the next 20 years due to changing flow patterns and extreme weather shifts. A recent study released by California Water for All that was conducted by UC Davis estimated that California's persistent water supply issues would lead to reductions of 5 to 9 million acre-feet per year in the coming decades. This would lead to economic losses in the range of $3.4 to $14.5 billion statewide. It is critical that we act now by advancing the Delta Conveyance Project to prepare California's water infrastructure to protect the long-term reliability and affordability of water for the millions of Californian homes and businesses that rely upon the State Water Project. The 2024 benefit cost analysis found that water conveyed through the State Water Project is the most affordable source of water compared to alternatives like desalination and recycling. To be clear, local water agencies are considering these projects as well to augment their local supplies because they are necessary, but they are also expensive and cannot replace the volume of water that is delivered through the State Water Project. The aforementioned benefit cost analysis found that this project is expected to reduce the losses by climate change through the State Water Project by 17%. And moving the intakes north is a key part of this strategy, as California is expected to see additional salinity intrusion as we see 1.8 feet of sea level rise by 2070. For decades, this project has been stalled by lawsuits and duplicative reviews. And this is something that major infrastructure projects throughout the state are experiencing. And this is why it's so difficult to do big things in the state and bring major infrastructure projects like the DCP to completion. Every year of delay in construction of the project costs California water ratepayers approximately $500 million. We cannot continue to drag out this approval process. This is not your grandfather's DCP. It has been redesigned to be smaller, more environmentally responsive, and less intrusive. At the same time, this project will generate thousands of good-paying union construction jobs and stimulate local economies, especially in areas hardest hit by economic downturns and drought-related agricultural cutbacks. Approving the change in point of diversion permit will help us move this vital project forward and help California get one step closer to climate resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. I'm going to recall the names of some folks who registered, but I did not have a chance to speak yet, who may not be here. I understand Tim Strachane is not here. I don't believe we have Mark Goebel, but if you are present, please come up to the microphone. Clarence Coy, Lynn Yanko, or Anthony Robinson Jr. I don't believe, seeing none. I will then look to the room. Is there anyone else who is in person here who has not had a chance to speak and would like to come up to the microphone? You're welcome to do so. Right, then with that, thank you very much for being here in person. What I intend to do is for us to take about a 15-minute break. We are going to transition, we will all stay in the room, but we are going to transition to our Zoom webinar platform and hear from the speakers who will be joining us on Zoom. Thank you very much. We'll return at, let's say, 10:35.
I guess.
Yeah.
I knew what I was looking. If that.
It's desal is desal. Those are not.
When is the?
Yeah, but they're selling the water. Well, they were filming and stuff like that. I fish 3 years. Oh, the buzzards, yeah. Bears,
No, I understand. So we also found, you know, a ditch. No, this is what you might.
My granddaughter like green. He looked like I'm serious. Yeah. I think I know there's gonna be a salinity thing.
Welcome back, and now we're on. I'm going to call us back into order in the room, if you would, please. We are going to turn to the Zoom webinar for additional policy statements. You're welcome to continue your conversations right out in the lobby or stay here with us, please. I would like to orient us to some of the procedures for how we're going to handle the Zoom appearances. All of you who are in our Zoom webinar room, you currently have attendee status, which means that you do not currently have the ability to unmute yourself or appear on camera. The way we will handle this is that I will use the list of registered speakers in the order that was sent out on Friday and call the name of the speaker as registered when it is your turn to speak. I would ask to be alert and please be ready and follow along with the order. We aren't able to, unfortunately, we aren't able to screen share a list of the order because that means we aren't able to run our live YouTube stream of the speaker. So I will try to call out names a few in advance so that you are on notice. But again, we will generally be tracking the order that we circulated to you on Friday. And if you need, if you are on our Zoom webinar platform and you need that list again, please feel free to send us an email at dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov. When I call the name that you use to register, please raise a virtual Zoom hand. That greatly assists our hearing team so that we can find you in our list of attendees. And at that point, the hearing team will unmute your microphone, and I will ask you whether you would like to present your statement on camera. Please let me know. If you do not prefer to appear on camera, then I will go ahead and invite you to make your statement just by audio only. But if you would like to appear on camera, I will ask the AHO hearing team to elevate you to a panelist in our Zoom platform, and that will allow you to present on camera and have control of your camera. The Zoom application will present a pop-up window that will likely ask you whether you would like to be elevated to panelist. You do need to agree to this for us to be able to bring you up so that you can use your camera function. There may be a short pause while the system elevates you. Please just be patient, and then you will be able to activate your camera and unmute yourself and make your statement. After you finish your statement, AHO staff will return you to attendee status, and I will call the name of the next speaker. I would ask, after you have presented your policy statement on Zoom, if you would please exit the Zoom webinar. You may observe the remainder of the hearing using the YouTube live stream, of course, but this will very much help us stay organized with so many of you in the Zoom virtual room. Again, if you have any technical difficulties today, please send us an email, dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov. We are monitoring that inbox, and the hearing team will try to assist you. If you're unable to make your statement when you are called because of some kind of technical difficulties, we will return to you later in the order of speakers so we can give it another try. Just as a note, sometimes logging out of the Zoom webinar and logging back in is a magical fix, not always, but that's always a good first attempt. Again, I wanted to remind all of you that statements are limited to 3 minutes. I believe we will have a clock in our Zoom webinar so that you will be able to track your time, but I will ask you if you would please wrap up your statement at 3 minutes. Again, if I call your registered name and you do not raise your Zoom hand and we can't find you in the virtual room, or you're skipped for any other reason, if you will, I will return to you later in the order of speakers. I am tracking who we have registered and who has actually had a chance to speak, so I will come back to you. With that, I will go ahead and turn to the Zoom room. I have the first 3 speakers as first Carlin Black, then Shirley Freighus, then Wesley Chuang. So I would ask Carlin Black if you would please raise your Zoom hand. That would very much assist our hearing team, and they will unmute your microphone. And if you would please let me know if you would like to appear on camera or if you would like to just make your statement by audio only. Do we have Carlin Black in our Zoom room? I don't see. I'll look to my team. I don't see Carlin Black. Do you see Carlin Black in our attendee list? All right, then I will move to the next, Shirley Freighus. If you are in the Zoom room, if you would please raise your Zoom hand. Thank you very much. And I will look to the hearing team. Please unmute Ms. Freighus.
Okay.
Hello, we can hear you. And would you like to appear on camera to make your statement this morning?
Sure, that's fine.
Please. So if we can please elevate Ms. Freighus to panelist status. And thank you for your patience as we go through this. This is part of our additional security measures that we've put in place. And Ms. Freighus, I believe you're in the room. You're welcome to turn your camera on, and then we should be able to see
I'm
you.
not actually sure how to do that, so sorry.
Let's see. No, that's no problem. Let's see if I
Start
can
my
hit it on the
video?
fly.
Is that
Yes,
start my video?
correct.
Okay. All right.
There we go. We can see you
Okay.
and hear you. You're welcome to make your statement.
Okay, my name's Shirley Freighus. I represent no organization and I have no authority or expertise, but my qualification is that I'm a sixth-generation Northern Californian and the author of a novel published last October, The Firebell Strikes at Midnight, which is filled with my love and concern for California. So at age 72, I've seen the results of prioritizing development and so-called growth and the accompanying infrastructure over the fragile and irreplaceable beauty of our state. Despite projects such as Discovery Bay and the routing of water via the California Aqueduct and the Delta Mendota Canal, the Delta remains beautiful and unique. It's designated as a National Heritage Area, as the speaker, Ms. Swenson, noted. It's one of the largest estuaries in the United States. And by the way, an article in this month's Science Journal notes that 75% of the bird species in the United States are in decline, and that the primary reason is habitat loss. The Delta is on the Pacific Flyway, and more than half the migrating birds on the West Coast, over 350 species, including sandhill cranes, snow geese, and tundra swans, winter in the Delta. Not to mention the hundreds of birds, fish, insects, and other animals that live there year-round. Conservation scientist Dr. Philip Levin wrote that we have half the wetlands now in the U.S. that we had in the 1780s. He urges restoration of wetlands, which tremendously helps protect groundwater. That the governor and others intend to not only not restore the Delta, but to take water away from it is unconscionable. In the 1990s in the Bay Area, we drastically cut our water use. We didn't flush toilets after every use. We didn't shower daily, and when we did, we turned off the water when soaping up. We tore out lawns and let water-hungry shrubs and trees die. Saving water became habitual. Then in 2002, I had contract work in the San Gabriel Valley, and when I flew into LAX, I looked down at emerald green lawns and swimming pools next to almost every house. On the ground, it was shocking and painful to see people watering their lawns twice a day, frequently topping their pools with untold gallons of water, washing their cars with the hoses running, and even hosing down sidewalks. In 1982, California voters overwhelmingly rejected the peripheral canal. 67% statewide voters said no, and over 90% of voters in the northern half of the state said no. But politicians ever since keep proposing plans to turn the Delta into a water faucet for Los Angeles. Instead, let's put the brakes on building even more huge housing developments in a semi-desert and adjacent to dry forests, where 13 million people already live. Let's save the special places that haven't yet been paved over. Let's remember the lost beauty of the Owens Valley and what happened to the Colorado River. And I think you should consider Michael Frost, the earlier speaker's suggestion of following Australia's practices for water. And I urge the board to do the right thing for animals, for the planet, and for your own legacies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Freighus. Next, I have Wesley Chuang. If you would please raise your Zoom hand, and then we will hear from Charles Wilson and Brian Jose. And you're welcome to come off mute, Mr. Chuang, and let me know, would you like to appear on camera?
No, thank you.
All right, you're welcome to make your statement.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Wesley Chuang. I'm representing myself as a resident of Los Angeles and someone who cares about the environment, wildlife, and Delta community in California as a state in general. And I'm calling to urge you to oppose supporting the Delta Tunnel in any capacity, including rejecting petitions, any petitions that's coming up, because you are serving the public. And I know Governor Newsom has been pushing this project forward for many years, and he might have some influence on the water board, but just to remind you that you have to listen to the public and not Governor Newsom. And I'm speaking also for the salmon population and wildlife, and that will be affected by this huge great infrastructure, which is the Delta Tunnel. And the indigenous communities up north and all the recreation industry that depends on the Delta Tunnel not being built to preserve the natural scenery and recreational assets of the Delta. And there are many viable alternatives to the Delta Tunnel. For example, where I live is the water provider is Metropolitan Water District and DWP, LA Department of Water and Power. And they are doing outreach on the Pure Water Project, which is a water recycling, multiple water recycling facilities that would provide a lot of local water if we just conserve more, because we talk about conservation as though we're doing enough already, but there's so many big houses and industries that waste a lot of water. So I don't see why we're not saying, why we're saying we're conserving enough water already, but there's so many opportunities to conserve water, including residential and businesses. And other projects like stormwater capture and groundwater rejection, groundwater injection from stormwater. So I just want to say not to support the Delta anymore, and focus on more sustainable and cost-effective solutions everywhere in California. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I have Charles Wilson, and then Brian Joes and Ray Baka. And Mr. Wilson, you're welcome to come off mute. Would you like to also appear on camera? There should be an audio button at the bottom of your screen that will allow you to come off mute.
Thank you. Now, let's not complicate things today. You don't need to see this face for radio. I'll just do it from here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
All right. Yeah, my name is Charlie Wilson. I am the executive director of the Southern California Water Coalition. And the Southern California Water Coalition today urges swift approval of the Delta Conveyance project and the proposed change in point of diversion. And this is not just a permit, really, as we see it. This is a test of California's ability to deliver critical water infrastructure in the face of climate change and a growing risk. The State Water Project, as was mentioned earlier, supplies 27 million Californians with its necessary water supply. But its current delta intake is increasingly threatened by sea level rise, saltwater intrusion, and seismic risk. Moving the intake north strengthens our water security for future generations. Now, California, as a nature, we're environmentally minded and strong environmentalists. You see public opinion polling, but California must uphold its strong environmental standards. At the same time, we cannot continue this endless delay and kicking the can down the road. Every year we wait, we increase the risk to our people, our economy, and the environment. Now really is the time to lead with action. In approving the change in the point of diversion is not just about authorizing a permit, it's about sending a clear signal that California can, in fact, make decisive decisions to move forward. This is about providing our state where we, demonstrating that our state can rise to meet the moment, embrace the 21st century water challenges, and act boldly to protect the people that we took an oath to serve. We urge the State Water Resource Control Board to move swiftly and decisively in approving the Delta Conveyance project's permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I see Brian Jose, you are quick on the draw and have your hand up. If we can please grant audio privileges to Mr. Jose. And you're welcome to come off mute and let me know if you would also like to be seen on camera.
I think I will follow Charlie's lead and and go through with this. So thank you very much, and thank you guys for the ability to do this. I know it's not always easy to manage all of these speakers. So on behalf of the Los Angeles County Business Federation, I wanted to voice our strong support for this project. You know, it truly is a way to modernize California's water infrastructure, and it's vital for the needs of the entire state. We wanted to voice our support for the Delta Conveyance project and encourage this as a way to meet the needs of generations of Californians moving forward. So thank you very much for all that you're doing and your time on this issue.
Thank you very much for your comments. With that, I will turn to Ray Baka. If you are in our attendees, please go ahead, raise your hand. Thank you. And we'll be followed by Judith Kirk and James Cox. Ray Baka, you are welcome to come off mute and let me know if you'd like to be seen on screen. Otherwise, you may proceed.
Yeah, audio is fine. Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Ray Baka. I'm the Director of Agency Relations for United Contractors. United Contractors, representing California's union signatory heavy civil contractors, proudly supports the Delta Conveyance project and the timely approval of its change in point of diversion permit proceedings. As a leading advocate for infrastructure investment and skilled workforce development, we recognize this project as both a critical water reliability solution as well as a generational opportunity to strengthen California's construction economy while meeting the state's evolving water needs. California's aging infrastructure requires immediate modernization to address climate volatility and growing demand. The Delta Conveyance project represents the type of ambitious, forward-thinking infrastructure that our members are uniquely positioned to build. The construction phase alone will generate over 10,000 direct and indirect jobs, providing life-changing career pathways through apprenticeship programs and local hire opportunities. We urge the board to recognize the compounding benefits of timely permit approval. Delays would not only jeopardize water security, but also stall economic activity across the construction sector. United Contractors appreciates the board's thorough environmental review process and encourages the same rigor in recognizing the project's equally vital economic and workforce benefits. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baka. Judith Kirk, you're welcome to raise your Zoom hand. Then we will have James Cox and Jeff Klein. Judith Kirk, there we go. And you now have audio privileges. You're welcome to unmute and let me know if you would like to also be seen on camera.
Camera's fine, thank you.
If we would please elevate Ms. Kirk to panelist status. And I believe you now have ability, let me see. Yes, you now have ability to come on camera. I believe it's the start video button there. and should also be at the bottom of your screen. We can now see you, and if you come off mute, we will be able to hear you, and you are welcome to make your statement. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Judith Kirk from Redwood City on San Francisco Bay. I'm not from the Delta, however much I love it. Despite being granted multiple extensions, DWR has failed to provide the required historical supplemental water use data. The AHO has underscored that this information is essential to ensuring the proposed project adheres to existing legal limitations and does not harm other legal water users. Yet, at a February 18th hearing, DWR admitted it had not submitted the bulk of the required supplemental information. When pressed, DWR's counsel claimed the delays were due to difficulties in reviewing historical records, despite previously stating that the information was readily available. Because of the continuous avoidance to submit required data, water advocates, tribes, environmental and justice organizations, and fishing organizations submitted a motion to cancel the Department of Water Resources change petition for the tunnel. It's my personal feeling from experience that the hacking of the last meeting was a further deliberate delay. They could have secured it, but they didn't. The Delta, the largest estuary on the entire Pacific coast, is already failing due to less Sierra water from climate change droughts and from too much illegal and legal pumping of its water. Fish are already endangered and some no longer exist. The tunnel is a boondoggle that its water users will pay billions for and still not get any more water. If and when the Delta fails, San Francisco Bay will no longer have the flushing action of the Sierra water from the state's two main rivers. It will be a sluggish, algae-filled pond. This really isn't about LA water, much as I do love LA. San Franciscans have known since Gavin Newsom was mayor that his goal was to be president. That is even more evident now that he is changing his positions in order to cozy up to Republicans for more votes. He will kill our Delta and San Francisco Bay if he builds the tunnel to take more water, and he is only building the tunnel in order to make Big Ag happy so they will give him money for his presidential run. This, of course, is in addition to the money from Big Oil for the thousands of fracking and drilling permits Newsom has issued. The science has already said the tunnel is not appropriate. The courts have agreed thus far. The truth is that the governor of California will destroy the largest estuary on the entire Pacific coast in order to buy a presidential run from Big Oil and Big Oil. Our Delta and Bay, as we know them, will be gone. Finally, for those who say the tunnel is less intrusive, I hardly think killing the Delta and fatally harming SF Bay is less intrusive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kirk. James Cox, if you would please raise your Zoom hand. You will be followed by Jeff Klein and then Matt Kremans.
I did it. Did you hear?
Yes, I could hear it.
James Cox, do we have you in the Zoom room? If you would please raise your Zoom hand. All right, I will turn next to Jeff Klein. Jeff Klein, are you with us in the Zoom room? If you would please raise your Zoom hand. Thank you very much. If we can grant Mr. Klein audio privileges.
All right, hi guys.
Hello, would you like to come on camera or would you like to make your statement just by audio?
Either way is fine. Whatever you guys prefer is fine with me.
Well, why don't we go ahead and send you up to panelist status? It'll just take a moment, I think.
All right.
And Mr. Klein, you're welcome to come start your video and come off mute and make your statement. There should be buttons at the bottom of your Zoom screen to do that. There we are. We can see you and can hear you. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. My name is Jeff Klein. I'm a farmer landowner in the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta, president of Reclamation District 2037, and a local businessman. Wearing many hats, I always try to look at problems logically. The current cost of the Delta Conveyance is $20 billion, which will likely end up exceeding 40, as estimates haven't been updated in years. If you look at the costs of this project in comparison to the cubic foot per second allocation of the proposed point of diversion, the actual end users can't afford the per acre foot price tag of the delivered water. The Delta Conveyance doesn't create any additional water, and if we are going to spend this much money when the state just announced a $12 billion budget deficit, it should be used to capture and store excess water this project claims to support. We talk about the Delta as a liability, which is subject to climate change and seismic activity. But if this is true, we should not be abandoning it, because even after the proposed project is built, the Delta still needed to export 3/4 of the state's southern water needs. As the president of Reclamation District 2037, I urge the state to protect our water resources and support our reclamation districts that maintain these waterways with the full amount of subventions funding that has recently been pulled. Please understand I'm not against the export of water, as we all need to share this precious resource, but the system to share it already exists and can be maintained at a fraction of the cost. Oh, in conclusion, since we're all here to discuss the proposal of a change of point of diversion with the change of water rights permits, I'll precisely address the matter in question. I believe that at the moment, we don't have all the information necessary to make a decision on this matter, and that the Bay Delta plan needs to be completed before a new point of diversion is voted on, so that we can all understand the implications to the residents of the Delta who depend on this water and its quality for their potable water needs to live and thrive. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Matt Kremans, if you're in the room, please raise your hand, and then you will be followed by Peter Stone and Captain Jim Cox. We can grant Mr. Kremans audio privileges. I see that. And would you like to also come on video?
Audio is fine. Thank you very
Great.
much.
Please go ahead and make your statement.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. Matt Kremans here on behalf of the California-Nevada Conference of Operating Engineers, here today in support of the Delta Conveyance Project and approval of the change in point of diversion permit. Our organization represents heavy equipment operators, land surveyors, mechanics, and construction inspectors that have built and maintained large-scale infrastructure in this state for over a century, and we stand ready to continue to do so as our state faces urgent infrastructure needs. One of the more pressing infrastructure needs in our mind is the state's water project, which studies have shown will lose up to 20% of its delivery capability due to climate change. This fact is what makes the Delta Conveyance Project exactly the kind of infrastructure investment that our state needs. And again, our members stand ready to provide the needed infrastructure delivery to ensure that our state's water needs are met. In our mind, this isn't just another construction project. It's a lifeline for California's water future, with the added benefit of a project that'll create thousands of middle-class jobs, that'll support families and provide economic benefits to local economies. The project will additionally provide construction apprenticeship opportunities that will allow aspiring construction workers to learn a trade on the job and ensure that the state has a skilled workforce for large-scale infrastructure well into the future. On behalf of our members across the state, we strongly encourage state leaders to approve this change in point of diversion permit to get this project moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kremans. Peter Stone, if you would please raise your hand. And you're welcome to unmute yourself and let me know if you would like to appear on video.
Video would be fine.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and please elevate Mr. Stone to panelist. And Mr. Stone, you should have the ability to put yourself on camera, start your video, and also unmute yourself, and you're welcome to make your statement.
Okay.
We can now see you, and I assume we can hear you, so you're welcome to begin.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity to present at this hearing. I'm Peter Stone, a Delta homeowner and farm owner living for the last 25 years directly on the Sacramento River. I've raised my family here and was appointed to and served on the Bay Delta Conservation Plan Financing Work Group Committee seeing a lack of consensus even among the water agencies as to how the then BDCP was to be paid for, I'm very concerned about the tunnels project and want to have added to my comments those of Steve Heringer, Pat Hume, Michael Frost, Danny Wilson, and Duane Martin, as I heartily agree with what each of them is saying. I'll just add a few other things. I'll just state a few items of concern in this brief time. One, common sense alternatives haven't been seriously considered. At one point, we were shown at least 6 options, each of which had tunnels and was just a slight variant to meet the requirements for having options. No options publicly considered that included such things as perhaps storage. Just as an example, San Diego has a desalination plant. Why not LA? Scientifically superior options haven't been allowed to see the light of day over the last 15 years I've been involved in this whole process because they didn't fit the narrative. Number 3, 10 years of massive construction carried along the already weak levees makes no sense unless the goal is to destroy the levees, which really need to be repaired to take the great conveyance that we already have and to make it much more trustworthy at a lower cost. 4, the massive dewatering to get the tunnels down 150 feet will most likely disrupt and destroy permanently a large number of home wells for drinking water. And of course, these homes, as they would be outside the path of the actual tunnel itself, won't qualify technically for eminent domain. The answer, which is completely unacceptable and wrong, is many people are assumed to, and I quoted from an earlier document, just abandon their homes with no compensation for the damage the project will do, making their property uninhabitable. And finally, if this project is so valuable to Southern California or to politicians or whoever, then a significant amount must be set aside for proper compensation for those Delta residents who will have major collateral damage as a result of the project. And eminent domain won't solve that. Noting one other thing that I'll just say in conclusion, do not grant the permit until a better, sensible solution is found. Truly include those who know how the Delta works, multi-generational farmers like Steve Heringer, and managers of reclamation districts that cover the 92 islands in the Delta that are used as farms, and look at common sense storage and other approaches. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Captain Jim Cox, you're welcome to raise your hand. We will follow with Tim Brown and the person who registered as Carrie. We have Jim Cox in the virtual room. Then I will turn next to Tim Brown. Is Tim Brown in our virtual room? If you would please raise your hand. I believe we will give you access to your microphone. You're welcome to come off mute, Mr. Brown, and let me know if you would like to appear on camera.
Sure.
All right, if we can please elevate Mr. Brown to a panelist. You are now a panelist. You are welcome to start your video and unmute yourself and make your statement. And the buttons should be at the bottom for both audio and video for you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. We don't see you yet, though.
Oh. There we go.
Wonderful. Now we can see you. Please go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Okay, yes, I was wanted to speak about denying the permits. This plan does not include any excess storage. There are a lot of flaws in it. I see this as an opportunity, though. What I think we should instead focus on is, instead of spending $500 million for this delay, is investing in wind power to pump seawater to the Salton Sea, mine the lithium that's there. We can create our own lithium valley, create all the EV batteries that we need for our own domestic use, pump the water from the windmills to the Salton Sea. The Salton Sea is 40% saltier than the ocean is. Just by pumping the water there, it will dilute it. And then from there, desalination plants to San Diego and LA. This would be a much better use of the money, and that the wind farms themselves would pay for themselves in double of what they would cost to create. So extract the lithium, make the batteries, sell the batteries. Our project pays for itself, includes storage, and take the Salton Sea and turn it to Lake Tahoe of the South. And that's about all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Brown. I'll turn next to the person who registered as Carrie. If you are in our Zoom room, if you would please raise your Zoom hand. We will grant you're welcome to come off mute and let me know if you would like to appear on camera. Otherwise, you're welcome to make your statement.
Just audio is all right.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Yes, so my name is Carrie and I am a resident of the Central Valley, just speaking on behalf of myself. In 2003, the philosopher Glenn Albrecht coined the term solastalgia. Solastalgia, according to Albrecht, is the homesickness you have when you are still at home and your home environment is changing in ways you find distressing. Wetlands once covered 4 million acres of California, and life thrived in their embrace. Sassoon thistle bloomed pink along stream banks, the salt marsh harvest mouse traveled by moonlight, and salmon swarmed upriver. Though I never saw these things with my own eyes, I feel distressed that they are diminished or altogether vanished. I'm sure many other people feel the same way. That is why I am joining them to urge that the state completely halt the Delta Tunnel project. Its many negative impacts have already been mentioned. It will cost an exorbitant amount of money. It lacks the flexibility to respond to climate disasters. It will harm communities, especially the indigenous communities that rely on the Bay Delta waterway for cultural practices, recreation, sustenance, and other beneficial uses. It will take 15 to 20 years of construction. In 15 to 20 years, what do we want to see? More harmful algal blooms, more empty stream beds? I know what I want to see. Sassoon thistle blooming pink along stream banks, the salt harvest mouse traveling by moonlight, and salmon swarming upriver as they return home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next on the list, I have Robert Venning, followed by Fred Page and Shannon. Robert Venning, if you are with us, if you would please raise your Zoom hand. And if we can allow, yes, you now are unmuted. If you would like to appear on camera, please let me know.
Yes, thank you.
Please, if we can move Mr. Venning over to panelist. And Mr. Venning, you should now be able to start your camera and also unmute yourself.
Unmute.
You are
Video.
now unmuted.
All right. Okay.
We can't see, your camera is on, but it's very blurry.
Well,
Not sure if there's
I'm
something in front of
sorry.
your lens.
I think there's something stuck on my lens, which I tried to clean off unsuccessfully.
Oh no.
So you can just imagine me in the fog, please. But I want to thank you. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my views and my wisdom. Who am I? I am a citizen of the United States and of California and a registered voter. I am nearly 82 years old and probably the oldest person to speak to you. I am not an expert. and what I have to say is not new, but please listen to me. I speak from common sense, and I've had many years of experience. I want to say that since I moved to the Bay Area in 1970, the environmental quality here has definitely declined, especially the water. When I was first living here, I could go out on a party boat. There was a limit of 3 salmon. We would always catch the salmon and we would come in. Then they decreased the limits. Then the government started closing certain seasons. There weren't enough salmon. Other changes occurred. Throughout all of this, the citizens of California were assured by the government and by certain experts who had obvious biases that the steps that were being taken were going to protect the environment. But believe me, they didn't. They did not protect the environment, and so credibility has been lost. Why should we believe what some of the people say here now are the justifications for this? Saltwater intrusion, we're going to store the water, that's why we're making the tunnels bigger. It's not that we're going to remove more water. I don't think the citizens, many of us anyway, believe this. Now, I do want to say also that it's going to be very expensive. Like I said, nothing new. Recently, there was an article in the New York Times about the boondoggle of the rapid rail system, also supported by the construction industry, and I'll get to that in a minute. There's a concern that this is going to be like that again. And California already has among the highest taxes of any state in the union, if not the highest, and things could get worse. So I would say more attention needs to be paid to alternatives. My grandmother, practically a pioneer, she lived in Utah in her childhood, used to say, necessity is the mother of invention. I do believe the people in Southern California and in the Central Valley probably do and definitely do need a more reliable water source. They'll find it. We're told that desalination is too expensive. But if it really were necessary, I have faith in American ingenuity and industriousness to develop more effective and less expensive methods to do that and for other ways of getting water that don't take it from an area that's already terribly impacted. Now, I sympathize with the construction industry. In fact, I think the alternatives will support it. And I sympathize with the farmers, and I sympathize with the people of Southern California. They're all valid concerns, but they shouldn't be trying to take the water from an area of Northern California that's already suffered too much. Now, there were a few statements made, and the one that really made an impression for me was the one by the assistant to the governor, who said 2/3 of the people of California live down there. This should not be decided simply by political weight. In my opinion, if we do that, there might be a short-run benefit and perhaps a benefit to Governor Newsom's political ambitions, but it will not end well. Thank you very much for listening to me, and also thank many of the other speakers who've expressed, I think often quite articulately, their opposition to the proposal to divert more water and to move the point at which the water is diverted from.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Venning. I will look next to Fred Page. If you would please raise your Zoom hand, and you will be followed by Shannon and then Emmanuel. Fred Page, if you are in our Zoom room, if you would please raise your hand. Then I will next turn to Shannon. If you would please raise your hand. You are welcome to come off mute and let me know if you'd like to come on camera as well.
Yes, please.
Please, if we can elevate Shannon to a panelist. You are now welcome to come on camera and off mute and make your statement. We can see you and hear you. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Shannon. I'm a Central Valley resident, and I'm here as not just as a concerned citizen, but as someone who believes deeply in environmental justice, local stewardship, and the community's right to have a say in the future of their water. I'm also here as a mother of 3, who's familiar with borrowing from Peter to pay Paul. And I also understand that that is not a sustainable practice because you never pay Peter back. And this is what this looks like to me. The Delta is not a wasteland waiting to be engineered. It is a living, breathing estuary, a place of cultural history, ecological richness, and community identity. The proposed Delta Conveyance project may appear on paper as a solution to move water more efficiently. Still, it does not reroute life from the rivers, wildlife, farmers, and working class communities who live with those consequences. Under the 2009 Delta Reform Act, the State Water Board is responsible for prioritizing the health and sustainability of the Delta and its people. Yet this project does the opposite. It proposes diverting more fresh water from the Delta, worsening harmful algal blooms, increasing salinity intrusion that damages farmland and fisheries, and compounding pollution that disproportionately affects disadvantaged communities. Restore the Delta's research shows how this tunnel project will bring 26 to 60% increase in salinity in the Suisun Marsh. That's not just data. Station. That means lost crops, toxic drinking water, and the collapse of native fishing populations already on the brink. We are sacrificing an entire ecosystem and the people who rely on it, not for survival, but for convenience. This isn't just a water issue. It's a justice issue. It's environmental injustice when rural and working class communities, particularly communities of color in Stockton and throughout the Delta region, are forced to carry the burden of water decisions made to benefit wealthier, distant areas. Not to mention the contractors and businesses who will make money off this. We need not another massive infrastructure project, but a bold investment in regional self-reliance. Local water recycling, groundwater replenishment, stormwater capture, these are sustainable community-centered solutions, not a $16 billion tunnel that quite literally drains life from the Delta. The need may be urgent, and I argue that this necessitates thinking outside the box that incorporates conservation and not corporate compensation. I urge the board to reject the Department of Water Resources petition. Protect the Delta for the next generation, for children who deserve to fish, swim, and farm here, for the wildlife that cannot speak for themselves, and for the future of California, which will lead not through extraction, but through stewardship. And I'll say one last thing. I was looking at you, the boards, your esteemed professions. You're skilled and learned. I have a question for you that I don't need an answer for at this moment, but I just ask you to think about it. Lived experience is everything, okay? There's a lot of us who have not had the fortune to go on to become professionals and work as you do. So you speak for us. Remember that our faces and the majority of us here today are against this project. We are citizens and we will live with this. We're also representing wildlife and the environment, which are very big today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shannon. I will turn next to Emmanuel, followed by Elizabeth Aguilar and Anna. Emmanuel, if you are joining us in the Zoom, go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. And once again, for all of you listening, I will be returning to those of you who have not had a chance to speak once we get through our list to try to make sure we haven't missed anyone. I will turn next to Elizabeth Aguilar. If you are in our list here, if you would please raise your Zoom hand. Next, we have Anna. Realize we're moving through quickly, so I will see if we can slow down. I know some of you may be logging in from YouTube, but the next three I have are Vanessa Slino-Hack, Bob Panzer, and Yvette Corona. Is Vanessa, I see you. Thank you for raising your hand. If you would please let me know, would you like to be on camera as well?
Please.
We can elevate Ms. Hack to panelist, please. And I believe you now have, we see you, and we can hear you. Please go ahead with your statement.
Wonderful. Thank you to the board for making the hearing accessible via Zoom so I could get my kiddos off to school this morning. My name is Vanessa Sino. My family has called the Delta home for over 100 years. Not so many years in the grand scheme of things, but significant in human time. My great-grandparents came to Pittsburgh in the 1920s with a wave of other Sicilians who came for the job opportunities that the Delta's fishing grounds represented. Many had been boat builders and fishermen back home. When their gardens thrived in the Mediterranean climate, when they grew prickly pear and fig, when they caught overwater breezes on a hot summer day or looked out over the rolling hills that line its shores, they saw in the Delta echoes of things they loved about their motherland. They saw a chance at a better life that looked a bit like the one they had known, and they came to love and feel connected to this land. I inherited this love. The Delta is a threshold place, and its ecosystems rely on the balance between fresh water flowing down from the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers and salt water flowing in with the tides. It is a dance whose steps happen at the pace of seasons, waters entwining like bodies in a tango. The Bay Delta is one of the largest and most important estuaries in the world. It processes and filters over 40% of fresh water in the state. It is an essential buffer for sea level rise due to climate change. It is home to over 750 species of plants and animals. Maintaining biodiversity is key to maintaining a resilient planet. It is the interplay and interdependence of species that allows each individual to thrive, including the individuals we humans rely on for food, shelter, air, and habitat, including the individuals we humans are. I feel protective of the Delta like I feel protective of my children. Diverting more water is not the answer to the problems in the state. As proposed, the tunnel would have the capacity to divert 96,000 cubic feet per second additional fresh water from the Sacramento River, bypassing the Delta. The Delta and the communities they rely on cannot survive that. This is not a contest between the lives of millions of Southern Californians and some endangered fish, as many in national politics seem to claim. Framing it as such fails to take into account the millions of people who make their homes in the Delta, some for generations, as well as the Delta itself and the ecosystems it connects to. Destroying the Delta will not serve anyone. Even with additional fresh water from the Delta, the San Joaquin Valley cannot sustain its current way of life, built as it is on a former desert. Farming there has pumped the groundwater dry, lost land to subsidence, and destroyed soil. Something has to change in the way we are doing things to reduce reliance on Delta exports. That should include investments in region-specific local water efficiency projects across California, levee updates, and floodplain restoration to support groundwater recharge and reconnect our groundwater with healthy flowing rivers. Increased reliance on Delta water, as proposed with the tunnel, does not achieve the water resiliency and security that we need in California. It temporarily helps one part of California at the long-term expense of another. Diverting more fresh water from the Delta would be catastrophic to the ecosystem here and to the many species that call it home, including humans. We rely on freshwater outflow from upstream rivers to balance tidal inflow. We rely on the dance of saltwater and fresh. Right now, we have the opportunity to repair some of the damage we have done to the Delta since the gold rush, or at least to refrain from doing additional harm. Whether we notice it or not, we are part of the lands that we call home, and they are a part of us. 2/3 of the population of California rely on water from the Delta to supply their homes, their parks, their businesses. Many more rely on the produce grown with the water supplied to the over 6 million acres of farmland right here. The entire Bay Delta region relies on the buffer the estuary provides from sea level rise. The whole world benefits from its ability to filter and process pollutants before they enter our oceans. None of this is safe if the tunnel is approved. I urge you to decline the DWR's policy request. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sino. Bob Panzer, I see your hand is up and you now have microphone privileges. If you please would let me know if you'd like to appear on camera. You need to unmute your microphone. There should be a button at the bottom of your Zoom screen if you move your mouse down to the bottom. There we are. Would you like to appear on camera?
Yes.
All right, if we can please elevate Mr. Panzer to a panelist. And Mr. Panzer, it looks like you now have the ability to come on camera and also unmute your microphone, and you're welcome to make your statement. And it will be the same. There are buttons at the bottom to turn on your video and turn on your microphone.
I'm unmuted, but I can't get the.
We're working on the video. There's a camera with should be a camera with a line through it at the bottom, or
there. Start my video.
There we go.
There we are. Thank you.
We don't see you though. It's still, well, there we are. Now we see you. Thank you.
am.
Please go ahead with your statement.
Well, good morning, and thank you for your assistance. I want to, before I start, I want to say I particularly resonate with the prior statements from those who have expressed opposition to the project, especially Vanessa and Shannon, who recently spoke. I am Bob Panzer, a Fairfield resident and one of over 100 members of the Northern Solano Democratic Club in opposition to this project. I grew up in the Central Valley where agriculture flourished, but now things are out of balance. I've been against diverting more water, bypassing the Delta for over a decade, attending events hosted by the Delta Stewardship Council, Restore the Delta, and rallies at the state capitol. Governor Newsom just announced fast-tracking the project in the May budget revise. I am appalled, especially at the time of today's publicly transparent hearing. I see it as using the tools of democracy to bypass the tenets of democracy, the longstanding legal, environmental, and public participation processes. It is unacceptable. The project heavily favors powerful agricultural business interests. It is not based on science and fails to comply with the Delta Reform Act, requiring the co-equal goals of protecting and restoring the Delta's ecosystem and securing a more reliable water supply for California. It is too politically motivated. A polling submitted by Goodwin Strategic Research in March showed that after evaluating the pros and cons of the project, voters favor investing in local water infrastructure over the project by a 62% to 24% margin. Current water management has been lagging, with updated proposals to address concerns from California tribes, Delta farmers, and surrounding communities, while compromising water quality, the environment, including our fisheries, and our economy. The court has denied setting aside EPA regulations in order to get the plan approved. Yet these hearing series keep getting scheduled to change the DWR water rights for the state water project. It's time to end this conflict. Instead, all interests should pursue water resilience strategies that prioritize local water supplies. I strongly support upgrading levees, wastewater recycling, capturing stormwater and groundwater replenishment as less devastating and costly and more effective solutions than the projects. Let's prevent meltdown. Will you seriously hear the science-based and popular opposition to this project? I trust that you take my comment into consideration, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Panzer. Next, I would like to call Yvette Corona. You're welcome to raise your Zoom hand, followed by Crystal Garcia and Andy Perez. We have Yvette Corona in the room. Then I will move next to Crystal Garcia. If you are in the room, you're welcome to raise your Zoom hand. I will turn next to Andy Perez. If you are in the room, you're welcome to raise your Zoom hand. The next three on my list are Marbel, and then Chris Anderson, and Mo Fitzgerald. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped one. Sheer is our next speaker. Sheer, if you are in, I believe I saw you as an attendee in the Zoom room. You're welcome to raise your Zoom hand if you would, please. S-H-E-R. Thank you, and you're welcome to come off mute and let me know if you would like to appear on camera. And there should be a button on the bottom of your screen to unmute your microphone. The microphone with a line through it. The person registered as Sheer, are you able to unmute yourself? All right, I'll turn back to you later in our proceeding, and I will turn next to Marbel. Marbel, do I have you in the Zoom room? If you would, please raise your Zoom hand. Thank you, and you're welcome to come off mute and let me know if you would like to appear on camera. Can't hear you. You're not on mute, but I cannot hear you.
All right, I think we're unmuted.
Yes, I can hear you now. Would you like to appear on camera?
That would be fine.
Please, if we can elevate Marbel to panelist. And we can see you, and you're welcome to make your statement. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Hello, my name is Marbel, and I'm a resident in Galt and have been in this community for almost 17, almost 18 years. I moved here in the height of the drought and have seen the rivers and streams at their lowest. It has been amazing these last few years to see the benefits of the amount of water we have received with the good seasons we have had. However, these plentiful seasons are not guaranteed, and the potential for another drought is very real. I am here to oppose the permit request the DWR has presented and request it be halted. The SWR is supposed to referee, protect, and not reasonably harm our resources, not rubber stamp an approval for a powerful agency with billions in funding. The political alignment between the governor's office, which supports the tunnel, and the appointees on this water board raises serious concerns about impartiality in the eyes of us all. The DWR and the SWR are taking deliberate and strategic steps to insulate the project from disruption. The DWR's repeated failure to submit key components from mitigation and operations plans, mitigation agreements with the Delta communities and tribes, which the DWR states has been conducted, yet a prior speaker says he has not been approached, stating you have conducted outreach and actually submitting binding enforceable mitigation plans are not the same. The DWR needs to publicly disclose what it is required to, altering the freshwater flows by diverting water before it reaches the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta, reduces the natural flow of fresh water through the Delta, increasing salinity and disrupting the delicate balance needed to support native species. These threats to endangered species that call the Delta home are endangered species. which include Delta smelt, Chinook salmon, longfin smelt. Changes to these flow patterns and water quality can severely impact their migration, spawning, and survival. The degradation of these habitats, the wetlands and sloughs, the riparian areas could shrink or degrade due to the reduced freshwater input and increased intrusions of saltwater from the San Francisco Bay. These alterations in flow can affect levee stability and groundwater recharge, potentially increasing the risk of levee failures, an already fragile area. In 2023, the Cosumnes River levee sustained $1.5 million in damage after winter storms which tore out a hole the size of a football field. People died getting swept away by this failure. FEMA agency refused to fund the stretch of river for years, saying the barriers are not met do not meet the criteria for intervention because they were not built to meet the agency's standards. It regards them as levee-like structures, they're structures, not levees. $250 million has already been spent on this project. In 2020, the DCP estimated the project would cost $16 billion. In 2023, the estimate revised to $20.1 billion, which accounted for inflation and additional project requirements. What is the new projected cost with the tariffs on construction material, as well as the 10 to 15% labor cost raise for large-scale infrastructure? For those asking for a swift approval, how can this be done with nearly 25% increase from 2020 to 2023? There is no full guarantee on who will pay the final $20 billion bill. The DWR released its own cost-benefit analysis, but lacked independent review by economists and third-party oversight. The Delta project is the largest transfer of public wealth and environmental health, lining the pockets of those in positions to benefit. Please, I urge you, do not risk murdering the only inflow delta we have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next on my list, well, I would like to try, the person registered as Shear, S-H-E-R. If we can try again, I look to the hearing team to grant microphone status and see if we can get you your microphone working. Otherwise, and you're welcome to unmute yourself if you can. Otherwise, I would encourage you to send an email to us to let us know what challenges you're experiencing, dcp-wr-petition@waterboards.ca.gov. But the person registered as SHER, you're welcome to come off mute if you would like, and we can see if we can get that working. Otherwise, I will return to you later in our order here. All right, well, I'll move to the next speaker on my list, Chris Anderson, followed by Mo Fitzgerald, and then Brian B. Chris Anderson, are you in the Zoom room with us? You would please raise your Zoom hand. That would help us find you. Thank you. You're welcome to come off mute and let me know if you would like to appear on camera.
Happy to appear on camera.
Please, if we can, please elevate Chris Anderson to a panelist. We can see you and hear you. You're welcome to make your statement.
Great. Thank you very much. Chris Anderson here on behalf of the California Chamber of Commerce, and want to express our strong support for the change in point of diversion permit associated with the Delta Conveyance project. This critical infrastructure project is essential to securing California's water future, protecting our economy, and ensuring the long-term prosperity of our state. California's economy relies on a reliable and resilient water supply, from agriculture and manufacturing to technology and tourism. Water is the lifeblood of our business and communities. However, the state water project system, which delivers water to 27 million Californians and 750,000 acres of farmland, is increasingly vulnerable to droughts, climate change, and environmental challenges in the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. The Delta Conveyance Project addresses these challenges by modernizing California's water infrastructure, ensuring that our economy can continue to grow and thrive. From manufacturing to technology, businesses across California rely on water for operations, growth, and innovation. The DCP will provide water certainty needed to attract and retain businesses, ensuring California remains competitive in the global economy. For example, California's agricultural sector, which generates over $50 billion annually and supplies nearly half of the nation's fruits, nuts, and vegetables, depends on reliable water supplies. The DCP will help the more than 750,000 acres of farmland served by the State Water Project maintain production, protect jobs, and sustain rural economies. Construction of the DCP will create thousands of well-paying jobs, providing opportunities for workers across the state. These jobs will support family and inject billions of dollars into local economies as construction activities continue. By securing reliable water supply, the DCP will enable continued economic development from housing and infrastructure projects to new business investments. The change in point of diversion permit is a critical step towards making the DCP a reality. By approving this permit, the State Water Resources Control Board will not only improve California's water infrastructure, but also protect our economy, create jobs, and ensure long-term success of our state. We urge you to approve the permit and move forward with the DCP. This project is necessary investment in California's future, one that will benefit businesses, communities, and all of Californians for generations to come. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Next, I will look to Mo Fitzgerald, if you are in the room and would please raise your Zoom hand. And I will mention now, just for all of you to make plans accordingly, we are planning at some point to take a half-hour break for lunch. I'd estimate we'd break around 12:15 and return at 12:45. So for those of you who are later in our list, you can log back in at 12:45, and that's when we'll intend to pick up, so you can plan accordingly. I don't see Mo Fitzgerald, so I will turn next to Brian B. If you would please raise your Zoom hand, and we will grant you microphone privileges. You are welcome to come off mute and let me know if you would like to be seen on camera.
Hello, no camera, please.
Thank you. Please go ahead with your statement.
Hello, I'm Brian Bowie. I am a resident of Stockton. The Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta currently faces many issues, including harmful algal blooms, saltwater intrusion, and ecosystem decline. All of these issues are tied to the amount of fresh water which flows through the estuary. More than 80% of watershed runoff was used upstream in 2021 alone. The Delta Conveyance project will divert water from the Sacramento River before it can flow through the delta, increasing the risk of saltwater intrusion and threatening not only the native species of the delta, but also the 27 million Californians who rely on the existing state water project for their water, some of whom who rely solely on the delta for their water supplies. Moving the point of diversion upstream does not address the needs of those living here in the delta, especially as sea levels continue to rise. This is why I am opposed to permitting water rights to the Delta Conveyance project. If water storage during wet years is one of the goals of the project, then California should focus its efforts on recharging existing groundwater aquifers. Instead of drilling tunnels to convey water, water users in Southern California are in a unique position to capture and store runoff due to the large areas of unpermeable surfaces such as pavement. These solutions will be more cost-effective and environmentally friendly than the Delta Conveyance project, which will further imperil the health of the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next on my list, which I apologize, I did not read out in advance, but I have Peter Dreckmeyer, Lawrence Danos, and then Joseph Rizzy. We have Peter Dreckmeyer. You are in the Zoom room. You're welcome to raise your Zoom hand. And you now are welcome to come off mute and let me know if you'd like to be seen on camera.
I'm fine to be on camera.
If we can please elevate Mr. Dreckmeyer to a panelist. And I believe you now have access to your camera and your microphone. We can see you and hear you. You're welcome to make your statement.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I'm Peter Dreckmeyer, and I serve as Policy Director for the Tuolumne River Trust. In the early days of the Delta Conveyance Project, back when it had a different name, I remember hearing a few arguments for how it might provide some environmental benefits. For example, delivering Sacramento River water closer to the Delta pumps could reduce reverse flows that confuse baby fish and draw them toward the pumps. A colleague questioned whether we could rely on laws and regulations to limit diversions from the Sacramento River and protect Delta inflows, or if we needed to depend on infrastructure limitations. He had made up his mind and, like most conservationists, opposed the tunnel. I tried to keep an open mind and do my own research. In 2019, Governor Newsom's dismissal of State Water Board Chair Felicia Marcus was strike one. Later that year, Newsom vetoed SB 1, the California Environmental, Public Health, and Workers Defense Act, also known as the Trump Defense Bill, that would have stymied President Trump's efforts to roll back environmental protections in California. Strike two. In 2023, Governor Newsom issued an executive order that allowed for critical water quality standards in the San Francisco Bay Delta to be bypassed. This was after record precipitation in December and January. 2023 was an extremely wet year. Strike three. Sadly, my belief now is that we cannot count on regulators to protect our public trust resources, water being the most important. My understanding has been that the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update had to be completed before the board could consider a change in the point of diversion for the Delta Conveyance project. I hope someone will address this issue. Our society is facing a huge trust issue, both nationally and at the state level. To regain the public's trust, you must protect the public trust. Please deny the change in point of diversion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Lawrence Danos, I see you have your hand up. Then we will have Joseph Rizzy and following Penelope. Would you like to join us on camera as well?
Yes.
All right, if we can please elevate Lawrence Danos to panelist.
Yes, my name is Lawrence Danos, and I live in San Francisco.
Mr. Danos, if you just pause for a moment, we will elevate you so that we can see you on camera. We can't see you yet.
Oh,
we have to bring you up to a panelist here. Should get a request shortly.
Oh, I'll get it. Okay. Whoops.
You accept the panelist request. There we are. Then you should have access it puts you back on mute. I apologize. You should have access to both your camera and your microphone.
There you go. Okay. Ah, there it is.
There we are. Now we can see you and hear you. You're welcome to make your statement.
Okay, very good. Let's see. So my name is Lawrence Danos, and I'm speaking as a citizen and a bird watcher and a member of the environmental efforts of the Unitarian Universalist Church in San Francisco. And I thank you for this opportunity and to speak today. I'm here to speak against the Delta Conveyance project. So in a drought, the water temperature gets warmer, algae blooms become common, and general decadence takes over. We need to be reminded that the Delta is an estuary, which means there's a daily tidal rise and fall of water levels that bring salt water in from the bay. Like all estuaries, there's this balance that has to be maintained for normal watershed wetlands to survive. We've all heard the statement that nothing concentrates salt in the water like a drought. When we factor climate change into this mix, one can easily see we'll be fighting over water in our future. As a Bay Area birder, I'm here to speak for the protection of all the species that find a home in the Delta and flourish. The biology of the Delta, including birds, depend on those tiniest of life forms to keep themselves thriving. Like so many other birders, I can plainly see that the Delta is a precious gem. If you've ever been out on the Delta by trail or by boat or just by roadside, you know you're in a special place. The Woodbridge Ecological Preserve is one of those roadside displays of sandhill cranes in their Delta home base. Many people have stopped by to experience a daily migration when a great flyout happens at dawn and a return fly-in at dusk. The cranes visit other locales during the day, including farms. I recall the night herons roosting in their bushes along a canal with their white droppings marking their roosts, so they're so easy to spot from a boat. The tall white great egrets are operating separately from the snowy egrets. The ducks are numerous in quantity and in species, depending on fall migrations or during spring nesting season, which is this time of year. Young chicks will be sprouting all over the Delta. From the tiny marsh wren to the great blue heron, the Delta supports the chain of life for those creatures. Let's not tinker with the flow of fresh water through the Delta. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Danos. Joseph Rizzy, you're welcome to raise your Zoom hand, followed by Penelope, and then Robin Durston. Mr. Rizzy, you have microphone access. Would you like to also appear on camera?
Yes.
All right, if we can please elevate Mr. Rizzy to a panelist. And Mr. Rizzy, you should now be able to unmute yourself and bring yourself up on video. And there are controls, there should be controls at the bottom of your screen if you hover your, there we go. We can see you and we should be able to hear you. Please make your statement.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm an inventor. I'm a retired person, not trying to make any money or anything like that. But what I've been trying to do is over 10, 20 years, I've been trying to work with the water group, is to work with you about what is needed. I have sent in this presentation to the group, so you have the more official copy of it. This is about Delta louvers. This is not about a dam. Every time I bring up Delta louvers to most people, they all think, oh, it's a dam. No, this is not a dam. This is about louvers like you have in your dryer. And when you look at louvers, this is what your louvers look like. They open up when the fresh water wants to go out, but when the salt water wants to come into the Delta, it stops the salt water from coming into the Delta. Now, there is easy ways of having fish bypasses, like for the Tesla valve. It's a very simple thing to put in. It doesn't require any real maintenance other than checking it from time to time, but it allows the fish passage to come in with the salt water staying out. The real idea is to try to make sure that you are trying to keep the salt water out, but you want the flows to go through. The reality is you don't want to have the salt water coming in. Why is the salt water coming in? It's because of the port of Sacramento and the port of Stockton. They are at sea level. You are encouraging the ocean to send the salt water there. In this proposal, you'll see the fact that there is a cost-benefit analysis on it. You're talking about putting in a temporary structures that are only $100 million to put in the 3 locations. They are temporary, so they're easy to take out if you had a problem, and they're easier to move around if you need to move it around to another area. You already know that if you put in the rock bridge that you put into False River, you know the fact that that is going to help with the fresh water being able to flow down south. Now, on the last page or the 7th page of this, you will actually see how the dredging of your system is actually causing your problem. When you dredge, you are encouraging the water to come through the Delta and come to the ports. So you're causing your own problem, and you're also needing more flows in order to keep that salt water back. I encourage you to look at the presentation. It's rizzy.joseph@gmail.com. I have sent it to the board. If anybody else wants to have a copy of it, I'll be happy to send it to you. But the reality is this is it. I'd much rather have California spend $100 million than $20 billion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rizzy. And we did receive your materials, so they are in the administrative record under our policy statements. And I will turn next on our list to Penelope. Thank you for raising your hand. And you will be followed by Robin Durston and then Karen J. If we can please grant Penelope access to her microphone. You are welcome to come off mute and let me know if you would like to come on camera.
No, I do not need to come on camera. It'll be faster without it.
All right, thank you very much. Please go ahead with your statement.
My name is Penelope. I'm a citizen and a California resident. While I oppose the construction of the Delta Conveyance project for many of the reasons already described, I will confine my remarks to the issue at hand. I oppose the petition and ask that the petitions be denied. There is already saltwater incursion into the Delta. Approving the petition will increase the amount of water diverted and increase saltwater incursion. This will have obvious detrimental effects on farmlands, residents, businesses, and the ecosystem, including fisheries and flyways. As the ecosystem deteriorates, storm barriers will be reduced. The petitions are not in the public interest. The petitions do nothing to conserve water or recycle it. Thank you for letting me comment.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we will hear from Robin Durston. If you're in the Zoom room, you're welcome to raise your hand, followed by Karen J. and then Alexander Broom. And my intent would be to go ahead and break for lunch after Alexander Broom, so all of you can plan accordingly. Robin Durston, you are now off mute. Would you like to come on camera as well?
No, thank you.
All right, please go ahead with your statement.
Oh, thank you. I'm a resident of Central Valley. My brother is a farmer in Central Valley, and my grandparents have been in the farmers for 100 years in the Central Valley. The governor's office wants to bypass established rules and regulations designed to protect the people. He wants to eliminate permit deadlines designed to protect water rights and fair processes. He wants to drastically reduce judicial review, making it harder for communities and tribes to challenge harmful impacts. He wants to expand eminent domain to seize land. He wants to cement funding mechanisms without transparent oversight or accountability. This is all political, so he can get elected president. But this plan allows more Delta water to big agribusiness and water brokers that will fund his presidency run. Water rates will skyrocket in Southern California and beyond, and to pay for a project that only benefits the few. The water brokers, they're going to charge the people in LA exorbitant amounts for water. And they say it costs $20.1 billion, but as time goes on, costs will go up. It could go up to $60 billion. And if we have a drought, the tunnel will be empty. There is a better way to store water underground. Build more reservoirs, desalination plants, expand wastewater recycling, stormwater capture, groundwater recharge, etc. How can the state afford a $60 billion tunnel when we already losing $16 billion due to federal tariffs, and we have a $12 million deficit? And This proposal destroys the environment and endangered species, birds and animals. The diversion will ruin towns and farms along the delta and ruin the water quality. Their water in their wells won't be any good. Saltwater intrusion, algae blooms, and it'll ruin the water quality for the Bay Area. We must protect the Delta for future generations. The Bay Delta plan needs to be completed before voting on this permit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I will turn next to Karen J. If you would please raise your Zoom hand. We will allow you to unmute yourself. Please go ahead and unmute and let me know if you would like to appear on camera.
Remaining on audio is fine.
Thank you.
My name is Karen Jacques. I'm a resident of Sacramento, long term. I'm very concerned about the current condition of the Delta, which has already had more water sucked out of it and sent south than is sustainable. I do not want to see that get worse. The Delta is habitat for multiple species. It also provides a living for multiple small farmers. So I'm asking that this board not approve DWR's latest request. And I also want to say that I'm appalled by the governor's attempts to cram this down our throats while taking away due process. Because I live near the part of the Delta where the construction would occur if this horrible project is approved, I'm very alarmed about what will happen to the people who live there. The construction is slated to take 12 or 13 years. It will probably take much longer. It will destroy small farms and local businesses. The tourist business will never return because of an area that is now a beautiful wild area with small towns will be turned into an industrial zone. I stand with the Delta residents who want to stop this mess. I also stand with the local tribes who are opposed to this. It will destroy, the construction will destroy cultural sites. It will likely destroy burial grounds. It will probably be the last blow to the salmon population that is important to them culturally and also important as a food source. And I also stand with them in their opposition. The construction is said to take 12 or 13 years and cost a little over 20 billion. It will likely take many years longer than that. Massive projects always take longer, and it will likely cost much more. That money is supposed to be paid by ratepayers who will get this Delta water, but it will drive up their bills, which is why so many people in Southern California who would be getting that water oppose it. The cost of building the project doesn't guarantee that there will actually be any water. In drought years, there won't be any water to send south. As the climate crisis worsens, there may be more and more natural disasters that could actually, fires and floods and landslides that could actually block conveyance of the water from Northern to Southern California. The huge cost will also consume money that could be used for local solutions that many other people have brought up. So again, I thank you for this opportunity to comment, and I ask you to please deny DWR's latest request.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments. Last on my list before we break for lunch, I have Alexander Broom. If you are in the Zoom room, if you would please raise your hand. I do not see Alexander Broom in the room. So what I would like to do is go ahead and break for lunch. We will reconvene at 12:45. 12:45. If you log off of Zoom, I would ask for you to log in maybe 5 minutes in advance to make sure everything is fully functional. And I will see all of you at 12:45. Thank you. Now I'm unmuted. Welcome back. It is 12:50. Double. And we are going back on the record. Just for all of your information, it does not appear that we currently have our court reporter in the room. What we would intend to do if we don't receive, if that court reporter is not able to rejoin us, we will send out this recording for transcription so that we will have a written transcript of what was discussed today. So I will note that for the record. But welcome back. It is the afternoon of May 19th, 2025. I am Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. We are continuing the hearing on the proposed Delta Conveyance project. Today we are hearing policy statements from interested persons, and we will pick up where we left off from before the break. And I will orient us. We had left off hearing from the person registered as Karen J. I called Alexander Broom, who was not in the room at the time. And next on my list, I have Rick Callender, followed by Margot Griswold and Dan Baka. If we have Rick Callender in the room, if you would please raise your Zoom hand. And once again, I will plan to return to those of you who are absent and see, before we close for the day, to make sure everyone has a chance to speak who is intending to be in the Zoom room. Rick Callender joining us. Then I will turn next to Margot Griswold. If you would please raise your Zoom hand. Thank you, and you're welcome to unmute and let us know if you would like to appear on camera.
Yes, I would like to appear on camera, please.
Thank you. We will move you up to a panelist. And Ms. Griswold, it looks like you should have access to your video. We see you, and if you unmute yourself, we will be able to hear you. And you're welcome to make your statement.
Mute myself. There I am.
There we are.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Margot Griswold, Dr. Margot Griswold, actually, representing the Los Angeles Audubon Society. And we do not support the issuing of permits for the new intake facilities for the Delta Tunnel proposal. We are especially aggrieved that the water contracts in Southern California, such as MWD, represent that the population of SoCal would be benefiting, as if we should be thankful. LA Audubon finds little to nothing in the Delta Tunnel plan and operations that protect the ecology of the Delta, the people, the fish, other wildlife, including birds. We agree with Representative Hume. The tunnel project is for water contractors and large corporate farms. We in SoCal should be fast-tracking water capture, water storage, locally and regionally, rather than causing further degradation to the Delta. I would say that in Los Angeles especially, we have over the last 20 years learned how to conserve water. We don't, do what we used to do. And actually, I grew up in the Central Valley. I'm a fourth-generation farmer there before I became a restoration ecologist. And I would just like to say to those who indicate this isn't my grandfather's peripheral canal, well, it sure sounds like it, and my father's and mother's and subsequent ones, that around the dinner table, we always discussed in the Central Valley, and we didn't like it then. And my father's mother have passed. I don't like it, and in their honor, I would say my father fought as a water lawyer against large corporate farms such as Boswell, against stealing groundwater from North Kings County and pumping it down to South Kings County so that the big corporate farmers could grow more cotton. So I have a long history of looking at water, thinking about water. And I've also seen the results of unintended consequences. I spent 20 years working with Los Angeles Department of Water and Power to reclaim the Owens Lake by planting native plants to control the dust that was toxic dust impacting populations north and south of the Owens Dry Lake. Dry because LA took the water those many years ago. So we resist the idea that this old plan can benefit us, can benefit anyone except moneyed interests. And it's an old saw. It should be done away with. And I agree with all the speakers against this project that went before me and spoke much more eloquently than I do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Griswold. Dan Baka is next on my list, followed by Nessa Franco and Michael. Dan Baka, are you in the Zoom room today? Please raise your hand. Then I will turn next to Nessa Franco. If you are in the Zoom room, please raise your hand. Then I will turn next to the person registered as Michael. You would please raise your Zoom hand and we will give you the ability to unmute your microphone. And would you like to appear on camera as well today?
Hi there. Well, you know, not necessarily, but I will because I want to put some pictures on camera if I can do that.
All right. We can promote you to panelist status.
Cool. How can I do that, though? Let's see.
We will invite you. You should get an invitation. And you should be able to activate your microphone and your video.
On the video, I'm not sure.
At the bottom of the screen, there is there we are. We can see you. Now we can see you, but you do need to unmute your microphone. And you're welcome, if you want to submit these photographs as part of your policy statement, you're welcome to do that. And you are still on mute. So you will need to unmute yourself so that we can hear you.
How's that? Are you good?
There we are. Thank you. You're welcome to make your statement.
Okay, here you go. So this is a mission statement. It says, preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of California's water resources and drinking water for the protection of the environment, public health, and all beneficial uses, and to ensure proper water resource allocation and efficient use for the benefit of future generations. That is the mission statement of the State Water Resources Control Board. I don't think that's being adhered to during this process. Here's another one. This one says, sustainably manage water resources of California in cooperation with other agencies to benefit the state's people and protect, restore, and enhance the natural and human environments. And that is the mandate of the DWR. So with this in mind, you guys, you must be group thinking to come up with what you're doing and push this through, because if you think individually and adhere to your fiduciary responsibility, you wouldn't do this. You know, it's absurd what's happening here. Nobody's really talked about the California Aqueduct, which has been in action for 60 years. They take 650 million gallons a day already from the Delta. You can't do any more. You're going to kill this place. You're going to end up with Salton Sea. You're going to end up with Owens Valley. It's absolutely ridiculous. And then to fast track a rogue governor, fast track in CEQA and EIR to get this thing going, absolutely ridiculous. That's just absurd. So here's some pictures from the back of my house. See that little dead fish? And then here's that beautiful green. This is toxic algae. I get it 6 months a year in my backyard. You can't breathe. If you go in, you'll get sick. Your pets can die. And this is what we're dealing with. This is the beginning. The beginning. This will continue if you take more water. You know, you heard people from LA on there today They said, oh, there's a great benefit. There's no benefit to the north part of the state to do this. There's absolutely zero benefit. And then you got somebody come on and say, oh, it's great for the unions. Hell yeah, because it's going to run over double the amount of time and triple the cost. So they love that. Then you got one other guy saying that move that intake back. Sure, take the fresh water, let the sludge go to Rio Vista, Locke, Bethel Island, Discovery Bay, Ryde, Sherman Island, Walnut Grove, Isleton. Let that get all screwed up. That's absurd. Thank you. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Moving down the list, next is Teresa Brady. If you are in our Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand, followed by the person registered as Water Buffalo, and then Karen Cunningham. We have Teresa Brady in the room. Then I will turn next to the person who registered as Water Buffalo, although I do not see you in the room. Followed by Karen Cunningham. Ms. Cunningham, if you'd like to speak, if you would please raise your Zoom hand, we can give you microphone privileges easier that way. And you're welcome to come off mute and let me know if you would like to appear on camera. Ms. Cunningham may not be with us. I will return to you. I know we moved quickly. So many people are not here. So I will come back to you. Next on my list, looking out, is Jennifer Kay, Orion Camaro, and Carolyn. Jennifer Kay, if you're in the room, you're welcome to raise your Zoom hand. Then I will turn next to Orion Camaro. We'll grant you microphone privileges. Would you like to appear on camera?
Sure, why not?
Wonderful. We will elevate you to a panelist, and then you will need to activate your camera and your microphone.
Thank you.
Just takes a moment. And you're welcome to turn on your video feed and unmute your microphone. Welcome. We can see you.
Amazing. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, State Water Resources Control Board, for hearing this today. My name is Orion Camaro. I'm a long-term resident of the Delta region, as well as a water advocate that is primarily organized in the realm of meaningful response to climate change and advocacy for the last decade plus. And speaking from all of those roles and more, I am speaking today to try to uplift the choir of voices that are opposed to the point of diversion proposal that DWR is putting forward. As folks have shown throughout the course of today, we have seen visceral impacts to the waterways in the form of harmful algal blooms that are toxic to human and other than human communities alike. We know that keystone species such as the Chinook salmon populations, as well as the Delta smelt, outside there have been surveys of 0 Delta smelt in the waterways, and if we are to be serious about addressing the future of California's vibrancy of water supplies for all communities that depend on it, both communities of color, indigenous communities, as well as the species that depend on it, we have to reckon with the fact that the solution to create infrastructure that will amount to $20 to $40 billion over a period of a decade will not solve the immediacy and the urgency that I think some of the folks that are in support of this project might use as their strong backing. We know that there are other solutions that many other speakers before me have spoken to, stormwater capture, thinking about ways that we can be creative with water distribution in the state. And I want to be clear that this doesn't really feel fair to position as a Northern versus Southern California fight as far as water resources are concerned. It's about how we protect the remaining water that we have and also sustain the ability to keep these water resources healthy for the future. All of the toxic impacts that will happen as a result of these diversions are not going to increase the water supply of California. If anything, it will continually and permanently degrade the source of water that we depend on in the form of these waterways. And as a cultural resource and as a place of heritage for many people, I think it's important that all of California, as shown by folks that have shown their opposition to the project, show up to say no to this project, to uplift the solutions, and to invest in the future of California and all of the generations that will depend on this. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Moving down the list, I have Carolyn, if you are in the room, who will be followed by Jack Neff and then Minaya Joy. Carolyn, if you are in the room, please raise your Zoom hand. Then I will move on to Jack Neff, if you are in the room. Followed by Minaya Joy. And I will call next Chris Donnelly, Nora Privatera, and Tama Brisbane. Like we have Chris Donnelly, if we can please, you're welcome to unmute yourself and let me know if you would like to appear on camera.
No, I would not.
Thank you. Please go ahead with your statement.
Sure. Please remember the ranchers and the farmers on the Delta. They depend on fresh water from the Delta to water their livestock and crops. It is unfair to cut their access to fresh water. Please remember the boating enthusiasts, fisher people, water sports, cruisers, etc., who flock to the Delta. These people purchase fishing licenses, pay annual registration fees and taxes on their boats. These people spend a lot of money supporting local businesses and generate a lot of money for the state of California and counties. Please remember the small businesses that are located on the Delta. Marinas, repair shops, and restaurants will all be hit hard. California is known for having some of the strictest environmental policies in the nation, as well as prides itself in being a major innovator. I am puzzled that prominent leaders of the state of California would endorse a solution that is not only old technology, but that is unsustainable and environmentally unfriendly. If this project goes through, it will have long-lasting negative effects on the environment and the economy. According to Elon Musk, desalination is cheaper than people think. Please visit www.thedeepdive.ca. SeaWorld San Diego used seawater in its restrooms to help conserve water. Carlsbad, California has a desalination plant in operation. This project is a very expensive Band-Aid. California has a water problem, not a water delivery problem. The state of California can provide long-term solutions by focusing on desalination and saving money in the long run. Desalination will allow California agriculture to continue to use 40% of all California water usage, as well as support all the new housing currently being built all over the state of California. And I found those numbers on the internet, the 40%. Please deny this petition and let California Delta stay beautiful. By doing so, you will help the environment, the long-term economy, California's water quality, as well as future generations to come. Thank you for your consideration and time, and I hope that you do deny this petition. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement today. Next, I will turn to Nora Privatera, followed by Tama Brisbane and Jared Vargas. So I have Nora Privatera in the Zoom room. I will turn next to Tama Brisbane. If you're in the Zoom room, please raise your hand, your Zoom hand. And I will look next to Jared Vargas, followed by Emily Bonzi and Paul Seeger. Jared Vargas in the room. Then I will move to Emily Bonzi. Thank you, and we will allow you to unmute yourself in just a moment. You're welcome to unmute and let me know if you would like to appear on camera.
No camera, thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead with your statement.
Hello, I'm a resident of Bethel Island and in strong opposition of this project. We have our local communities and our environments that we need to be thinking about in the future. And as so many other people here have shared, there are different ways that we can go about this that are more cost effective, better for communities, and better for our environments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your statement. I'll turn next to Paul Seeger. If you're in the room, please raise your Zoom hand, followed by Brett Baker and Giovanni Tilley. Not seeing Paul Seeger in the room. Do we have Brett Baker up next? Move to Giovanni Tilley, who will be followed by Georgia Canal and Kathleen. Georgia Canal, I believe I saw your name in our Zoom list earlier. If you would please raise your hand. Thank you. And we will grant you access to your microphone. You're welcome to unmute and let me know if you'd like to be seen on camera.
Yes, please.
And please elevate Georgia Canal to a panelist. And you're welcome to start your video and unmute yourself and make your statement.
Okay.
See you and hear you. So please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Georgia. I live just about 1 mile north of the first proposed inlet on the Delta. My late husband always said, water is a precious commodity, and if we don't respect it, we will one day find ourselves fighting for our water rights. And here we are. I have been in the Delta for 38 years, my late husband's family for over 70 years. It's more than just a place, it's my home. It's where our family farms and where our community has built a way of life tied directly to the land and water. We rely on agriculture for our livelihood. Beyond the environmental changes, the impact on our mental well-being is real. Farmers will lose their land and friends will move away. The tunnels won't create lasting local jobs or provide local water benefits. Instead, it will place the burden squarely on Delta farmers and families. Local agriculture will suffer from reduced water quality and supply, while wealthier water districts hundreds of miles away reap the benefits. Financial costs are outrageous. Ratepayers and taxpayers ultimately footing the bill with no guarantee of how much water the tunnels will deliver, especially as the climate change continues to reduce the snowpack and stream flow. It's a gamble with no safety net. Instead, we should invest in local recycling, water recycling, stormwater capture, groundwater recharge, and efficiency upgrades. At least these solutions would create jobs, preserve ecosystems, and prepare us for a better future without destroying one region to save another. In closing, I want to emphasize the Delta is a national treasure, a vital estuary, excuse me, and the lifeblood of countless communities. It's time to move forward with smarter, more equitable, and more sustainable water policies. I urge our leaders and fellow Californians to reject the Delta Tunnel project and to stand with the people, the environment, and the future of the Delta. Thank you for taking my comments into consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Canal, for your statements.
Thank you.
Next on the list, I have Kathleen, followed by Trina Warren, and then Michael Hertz. My understanding is that we don't see Kathleen or Trina Warren in our attendee list at the moment, so I will turn next to Michael Hertz, who will be followed by Captain Cameron Smith and the person who registered as MGT. And Michael Hertz, you're welcome to come off mute and let me know if you would like to come on camera.
That will be fine.
All right. We will go ahead and elevate you to a panelist here.
Thank you.
All right, I think you should have ability to turn on your camera and your microphone, Mr. Hertz. Thank you. We can see you and hear you. Please go ahead with your statement.
All right. I am Michael Hertz, San Francisco Baykeeper Emeritus, currently living on a boat in Point San Pablo Harbor in the Bay. The Environmental Protection Agency, the Clean Water Act, and I all began working to protect the Bay in 1972. I've been a constructive critic of the State Water Resources Control Board and its decisions for over half a century. My fight to protect freshwater flows into the Bay began at the Oceanic Society, which I co-founded in 1972 and where I began opposing the peripheral canal and continued well into the 1980s. As a researcher at San Francisco State University's Tiburon Center, I helped demonstrate the impacts of freshwater diversions on salmon and striped bass catches, presenting and defending those results at the State Board's 1987 water rights hearings. I founded the San Francisco Baykeeper in 1989 and currently am producing a podcast called Once Upon a Bay, designed to create more advocates for the Bay. Throughout these 50 years, I've continued advocating for enhancing inflows into the Delta and Bay. Freshwater is the lifeblood of the people, fish, and wildlife of this amazing centerpiece of our region. The State Board, in addition to allocating surface water rights and protecting water quality, is charged with protecting the public trust and public interest. Even the current level of water diversions permitted by your decisions is not sustainable. The proposed tunnel would divert increasing amounts of Sacramento and San Joaquin River flows before it reaches the Bay. Worse, there's little assurance that export volumes will not be increased to maximum capacity. Allocating another $20 billion for construction of a tunnel that will degrade water quality and harm the health of people, fish, and wildlife is a huge mistake and a breach of the public trust. In closing, I'd remind you of the Racanelli decision made by the three-justice panel in 1986 that helped establish the authority of your board to protect water quality in the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta. This precedent-setting decision set by your board must protect waterways, even if that meant reducing water allocations to farmers and municipalities. And it also said that the board must use a global perspective that takes into account the impact of decisions on rivers elsewhere in the state, the effect of water diversion and pollution and future water uses. Please reject DWR's application for the Delta Tunnel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hertz. I appreciate your statement today. Returning to our list, I have the person who registered as MGT, followed by Phyllis McDonald, and then, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped Captain Cameron Smith, then MGT, and then Phyllis McDonald. If any of the three of you are in the Zoom room, if you would please raise your Zoom hand. The we have Phyllis McDonald, if we can grant audio privileges. And then I will note that the following speakers will come after. I have Well Driller's daughter, Pat Lind, and then Lauren Korth. Phyllis McDonald, you're welcome to come off mute and let me know if you'd like to come on camera.
Yes, camera's fine.
Great. If we will please promote Ms. McDonald to a panelist. And you should be able to turn on your camera and unmute yourself. Wonderful. We can see you and hear you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome to make your statement.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to express my concerns. I live south of Stockton. The Delta Conveyance project just received a shot in the arm when the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California and some other Southern California water districts voted to approve partial funding for the project. The pressure is mounting by our governor to fast track this project, bypassing established rules and regulations and other due processes designed to make the process fair. As on the federal level, so on the state level, no one person should be able to unilaterally make the rules that they want to benefit their own interests and disregard accepted standards of governmental procedure designed to listen to all voices and address the impacts of a project may incur. The Sierra Club is opposed to this project because it does not sufficiently address the environmental impacts of the project, which would alter flow patterns in the Delta and lead to increased salinity, reducing water quality, harming fish populations, along with negatively affecting local communities' quality of life, agriculture, recreation, tourism, and clean drinking water. Considering climate change with its extreme weather events from very wet to very dry, what will the financial burden be which could result from dry years? This tunnel is not a solution to Southern California's water needs. If it were, then water would not be diverted to subsidize big ag water demands in the San Joaquin Valley. Let's encourage farmers to grow less water-intensive crops, which make more sense under current and future climate conditions. A former member of the State Water Board has said that cutting farm water deliveries to Kern County, which already receives Delta diversions, would free up enough water to solve urban shortage. Southern water districts are in support of this tunnel, but it kicks the can down the road for actually doing the work of long-term solutions, such as capturing recycled water and improving supply reliability through water conservation, infrastructure upgrades, along with capturing stormwater. The executive director of Los Angeles Waterkeeper warns that focusing on increased Delta imports will divert interest and money away from local initiatives to conserve and recycle water. And then there is the task of funding a projected $20 billion price tag, which could include rising costs during the now projected 15 to 20 years construction timeline. This long period of construction is fraught with operational concerns as well as quality of life concerns for local residents and ecosystems. As a previous speaker mentioned, we cannot foresee the environmental issues that may come up to derail this project while in construction. There are better, more speedy, and less expensive solutions. I urge you to listen to the voices of our Delta communities, consider the long-term effects of going forward with this project that would end up creating more problems from the state than it claims it will solve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. I will follow up with a request for Well Driller's daughter, followed by Pat Lind, and then Lauren Korth. If any of the three of you are here in the Zoom room, if you would please raise your Zoom hand. All right, then I'll turn to our next speaker on the list, Kenneth Coate. You would please raise your Zoom hand that will allow us to find you more quickly. And you're welcome to come off mute and let us know if you'd like to appear on camera. Looks like we'll return to Kenneth Coate. I will move to the next speaker we have listed, Bruce Resnick, followed by Bob Saunders and James Thurwacker. Bruce Resnick in the room. Then I will turn next to Bob Saunders. Is Bob Saunders in the room? And I will follow with James Thurwacker. I see you in the room. Thank you for raising your hand. And you're welcome to unmute and let me know if you'd like to appear on camera.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I could appear on camera. I don't have a problem with that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. We will promote you to panelist. And you should be able to, I believe, I see you on camera and you just need to unmute yourself once again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the board. My name is James Thurwacker. I'm with the California State Council of Laborers, and we stand in unwavering support of the Delta Conveyance Project. And we urge the expeditious approval of its change in point of diversion permit proceedings. We represent over 80,000 men and women throughout the state who build and maintain California's water and transportation infrastructure. And we recognize that this project as a very vital solution to our state's water challenges, as well as a transformative opportunity for working families across California. For our members, the Delta Conveyance represents more than infrastructure. It represents thousands of good-paying, middle-class union jobs with family-supporting benefits. At a time when economic uncertainty threatens working families, this project will create thousands of construction jobs, including apprenticeship opportunities that provide career pathways into the building trades. The laborers have long been at the forefront of building water infrastructure that meets California's needs, while also maintaining the highest standards of worker safety and environmental protections. We have seen firsthand how modernizing our water systems create triple wins: reliable water supplies for communities, protection of our natural resources, and economic security for our working members. The Delta Conveyance Project delivers on all three. The men and women of the Laborers Union are ready to get to work on this critical project. Each day of delay in the permitting process represents lost wages for working families and delayed progress on California's water resilience priorities. We urge the board to move forward with the approval of the change in point diversion permits without unnecessary delay. Our membership stands ready to work with all of the stakeholders to ensure the project moves forward in a way that maximizes benefits for workers, communities, and California's water future. We welcome the opportunity to discuss how our trained and skilled workforce can partner in delivering this vital infrastructure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Thurwacker. I have next David Hurley, followed by Chris O'Connell, Emily Papalardo, and then Kristen Alliner. David Hurley, if you would please raise your Zoom hand. You're welcome to come off mute and let me know if you would like to appear on camera.
I'm fine to be not on camera.
All right, thank you very much. Please, you're welcome to make your statement.
My name is David Hurley. Was very happy to hear about the Sicilian person earlier that spoke about the great history of Sicilian fishermen in the Delta. I'm a product of that. My great-grandfather, Giuseppe Bussolacchi, and my grandfather and his brothers ran a salmon business until the closure of inland salmon fishing in 1957. In my lifetime alone, let's take a look at the environmental damage that's done to the Delta. Solution after solution has been attempted over the past 120 years, starting with the Central Valley Project in the 1930s, resulting in the San Joaquin River running dry for over 60 miles, destroying the salmon run in the San Joaquin River, closing the fisheries industry that was supporting up to 9 canneries at the time. And so the San Joaquin River was taken out of the loop. Then we have the State Water Project that was launched in the 1960s, resulting, before I go into that, Friant Dam, which was part of the Central Valley Project, diverted water 151 miles south via the Friant Kern Canal to Bakersfield that resulted in the San Joaquin River running dry. Then we add the Delta Mendota Canal to put water back into the San Joaquin River. So we keep stealing from one source in order to create another source. My late professor at Humboldt State University 50 years ago said there's never been a region that has benefited from a water diversion. There's never been a case that's beneficial to a watershed of origin when water is diverted to other areas. Solution after solution has been attempted, and perhaps it's time to get off this squirrel wheel. So after the Central Valley Project, then the West Side wanted water, so they went to the State Water Project, and we first tried to get the water from the North Coast, which had been mentioned earlier today, but settled for Lake Oroville as well as San Luis Reservoir being put into place. What I'm trying to say is we've been doing this process over and over with the next best solution, taxing the residents of California to a tremendous, only to set the stage for additional projects in the future like this one. The reality of it is there's only so much water. The state has about 29 million acre feet of water for availability. Based on active water rights, a total of 153.7 million acre feet is allocated to contracts to water districts, agriculture, interest, and development. That's 124.7 million acre feet of paper water that doesn't exist. California Delta provides 2/3 of the state water, but the toll on its ecosystems has been dramatic. The Delta, in my lifetime alone, the Delta smelt, one of the most prolific species in the Delta, hasn't been found in the fall survey for the past 7 years. We're staring down the third consecutive year of an ocean commercial salmon fish closure because due to the paltry returns of the salmon, fall run Chinook salmon in the upper Sacramento River. Green sturgeon are endangered. White sturgeon are being studied to be endangered. Winter run salmon have been endangered since 1994 after being placed on the threatened list in 1989. The longfin smelt, despite the recent vote of the House of Representatives, is in danger. The spring run salmon are threatened and quite possibly been uplifted to endangered status. The population of all fish in the Delta water system has declined 95% since exports of water were increased above recommended levels. Two questions for all Californians are, who benefits from the construction of the Delta Conveyance Project? And will another expensive water project in a long line of expensive water projects solve our problems, or we do need to finally look at alternatives? It is quite clear that what we've done over the past 120 years, particularly in the past 25, has set off an environmental crisis in the California Delta. One important aspect to consider is California's agricultural production is only 2% of the state's economy, yet it consumes 80% of our developed water. Whatever path we take, and I hope that this process today's hearing is not just a rubber stamp for moving on, because this process needs to be slowed down since it does seem like it's being jammed down our throats. We can't ignore the environmental damage that's been done to the California Delta, the most precious estuary on the west coast of the Western Hemisphere. I want to thank you for your time, and I hope that you take this seriously, consider the history of what we've been doing over the last 120 years, recognizing that it's just one project after another, leading to more projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hurley. Next, I will turn to Chris O'Connell. If you are in our Zoom room, please raise your hand. Then I will turn next to Emily Papalardo. Would please raise your Zoom hand. I see that you're in the room. You're welcome to come off mute and let me know if you would like to come on camera to make a statement. And I'm going to call the last person on my list, but then I will turn to the room to see if I missed everyone. Kristen Alliner. If you're in the room, you're welcome to raise your Zoom hand. And I will look to anyone else in our Zoom room who I may have called and you were not able to join us for any reason, and if you are here now and ready to make a statement, please go ahead and raise your Zoom hand. The last call for policy statements today on May 19th. Then I wanted to thank all of you for joining us today. Thank you for a very efficient day that went quite smoothly. We will be reconvening this hearing by Zoom webinar on May 21st. And those of you who are members of the public and are not parties, you're welcome to join us at any time through the YouTube live stream. For purposes of the hearing on the Delta Conveyance project, I will call an adjournment, and then I will turn to Chair Esquivel to make an announcement with respect to closed session today.
Thank you, Officer Kinsey. We will have closed session. We will have closed session in room 2510. And looking to my fellow board colleagues, if 20 minutes and change sound good, we can convene at 2 o'clock. In closed session in room 2510.
Thank you. And we are adjourned.